All right, folks, welcome back. It is another Monday local time, right? So, we are going to, I think this is the last milestone. So we're gonna listen to whatever dialogue they added. Maybe it's a previous one. I'm not quite sure anymore, but we'll see where this leaves off. This should lead up to the dungeon, but last module of Mountain of Flames, it didn't quite lead to the lair of the Mad Dragon, so I don't really expect that this is going to. It's probably gonna keep most of the dialogue from prior, which I really don't remember. See where it goes. It's gonna be business as usual, right? Anything beyond this week is going to be more of an upkeep thing. Doing it for the vibes. Quite enjoy how meditative this is. A few stories on the side to talk about, maybe here and there, if the opportunity presents itself. So not much to report from last time, or in between now and then. It seems like activity died down from the initial dungeon spam, right, of the Dread Sanctum, and it looks like there are clear winners and disfavored parts of the design of Dread Sanctum, highlighting the usual mechanic that deals with permadeath, right? Anyways, let's hop in, do our weeklies, our weekly hauls, and see if we can get into some shenanigans in dungeon runs. It's rather late, so I would be very pleasantly surprised if we manage to find activity in an hour and a half or so. Alright, so let's check out whatever this milestone is. Let's grab the weeklies. Or I thought... I was pretty sure there was a... Well, let's grab these first. Oh, it's over here. All right.
Spiders, take your pick on what will attack us next. A wondrous grace, not a bottle missing. Oh, thank you.
I don't remember having this completed, but that's okay.
Head back over to Sharbin. Tell him to get back to base camp as soon as he can. Captain's going to want a full written report on what he found and what's going on out there.
Okay. So we run back to Shortcoat. Do that. Shortcoat is chilling by the Skull Fortress. As I struggle with traversing the uneven terrain. Alright. I really like the background ambient music of the zone.
Hard to tell if the Sky Pirates thought that carving a huge skull into the entrance to that fort would...
Yes. Marv's calling me back to write a report. Guess there's nothing else for me to do out here, alright.
So, undead pirates. We need to pass that little bit of news back along the chain of command and fast. While you were inside the fort, I scouted out past it a bit and spotted an actual sky harbor further ahead. I already sent that information back to base camp, but if there are undead pirates, then whoever they send there will be in for a big surprise. While I send this information back, make your way ahead to the harbor and see if you can find out whether there are undead pirates there that we need to watch out for.
Fair point. I suppose. Alright, it says scout out. So probably have to look for some spots. Oh no. Singular spot. And okay. Just kidding. Alright, we're fine.
We'll not surrender what's left of ourselves to Bartholomew Black Dagger.
Not a vampire?
Please, hear me out. We mean you no harm. The Pirate King, Bartholomew Black Dagger, was cursed to become undead, but in his spite and malice, he spread the curse to the rest of his crew. We had mutinied beforehand, so we alone escaped the curse. The crew still pledged themselves to Black Dagger's service, and they hunt us for mutiny to this day. The curse keeps them from leaving the island, but with no skyship, we can't leave either. Perhaps you can help us.
Oh. Okay, so they kept the storyline to the Pirate Kings thing. But now I imagine then, like the Lair of the Mad Dragon, it's kind of like a previous dungeon, but it has no connection with the location whatsoever. However, all of them at least explains all the existing dungeons that are still in the rotation, like the Pirate King. Because this is the Pirate King's thing.
Further up the cliffside is a place where we used to execute traitors and cowards by making them walk the plank. This isn't just any normal gangplank, though. Oh no. This gangplank is built right into the cliffside, and when you step off the end, there's nowhere to go but hundreds of feet down. Of course, now that we're the traitors, if we get captured, then we get to take the walk. And that's exactly what's happening right now to a few of us who were captured recently. If you can save them, I swear we'll help you any way we can.
I swear. Oh, I didn't realize that's what a gangplank was. Now that I think about it. Like the fat phrase, like gangplank put together. Huh.
I don't understand why so many of the crew stay loyal to Black Dagger after he spread his curse to them. Maybe they're just fanatical after all this time, Or maybe the curse did something to their minds. I couldn't tell you. What I do know, though, is that some loyalists are searching for us nearby, seeking revenge on us for betraying their Pirate King. You say you're looking for skyships. Well, we don't know where the working ones are exactly, but if you drive off the loyalists nearby, we can tell you where to start looking. Deal?
Fair enough. Imagine being tasked for driving off what is already the dead.
I heard you're heading out to rescue the prisoners. You'll want to watch out for the judge. She's at the helm of this rat-catching nightmare. If you free us, it's only a matter of time before her and her dogs sniff us out again. She's likely to be near the cages, gloating and passing her judgment. I know there's no love for mutineers, but better a mutineer than a stinking, rotting, undead corpse.
Okay, so are you like an undead, cursed elf? Or... I have so many questions. Alright. Alright. Slay the judge. Alright. Last area. I see. Cages. I don't have keys. Wait. I see peeps in the same zone. It's vacant because all the mobs are probably... Yeah. All the mobs were eliminated already. You guys have keys? Probably not. How about you? No? You guys? I just want the keys, you know? Oh, you look like a winner. Hmm. The cutthroats. Nope. Friendly. Hmm. Oh, okay. How many keys? 4. Come here. Come on. Alright. These guys are stingy, man. Yeah. One more. The heck, man? Give it up. Oh. Oh, that's a name up. You know. What did it? Oh, no. I already found the key. Not the judge. Alright. One down. Wait, was that? Did I run over the judge? No. Wait. There are 2 judges? Oh. Wait. Hmm. Hello? Oh. Someone took out the judge. And now spawn timer. Of course it would be a spawn timer. Yep. Classic issue. Alright, let's try again. Judge is on lunch break. Alright, good talk. I'm gonna head back. Okie dokie. Hmm.
1,000 blessings, friend. Now it's our turn to help you. Fair's fair, after all, even among traitors, thieves, and pirates.
Cheers.
Thank you, thank you. I wouldn't like to think of what would have happened if they'd found us. There are many fates worse than death, and Bartholomew Black Dagger knows them all.
I can imagine. Creating the big guy.
It's been so long
I hope they don't find us
other
here.
people.
I can't thank you enough for this. Would have been better to see her walk her own plank, but I'll take what I can get. We're still dead in the water, but at least I'll sleep easy knowing she's gone for good.
Well, Aren't they like cursed? Oh, oh, okay.
There's at least one skyship still skyworthy, and it's in the hands of Captain Kalis, Black Dagger's second in command. She has a hideout somewhere in the city, although I don't know where. Kalis made sure that only Black Dagger and her crew knew where it was. But, I think your friends need your help first. We spotted a flying longboat coming around the edge of the island a few minutes ago. They were under fire from the ballistay at the market square below us. You should probably disable the ballistay and meet up with your friends before you go searching for Kalis.
A ballistay. That's an interesting. Yeah. Oh, you know what? This brings back a discussion about English ballistay. That's probably, and then so maybe ballista is plural. Unless that's not the same thing. Yeah, these are ballistays. Yeah, or ballistas. Hello? Can I just interact without interrupting you guys? Really? They interrupted me at the last second. Yep. Or it could be a fancy way of saying ballista. I think it might be like a Chromata situation. Alright, alright. Yes, 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 you're all angry. One of these days, they're gonna remove the dodge proccing on one's own, bloodthirster. That big like red dodge is being procced by their own bloodthirster.
These pirates came back from the dead to guard their treasure, huh? Jackpot!
Your friend, the friends.
I didn't even know we had someone this far forward. Good work on taking out the ballistay. And you say you found a lead on a skyship?
Uh-huh.
What? An undead pirate captain named Kalis has a skyship stashed in a secret hideout? And you found this out from stranded pirates who say they rebelled against Bartholomew Blackdagger? Sounds more like desperate mutineers telling tales. I'll send some scouts out to try to find this hideout, but I want you to check up on these mutineers' story. I want to know if these undead sky pirates here really are in Blackdagger's service. Take down a few of them and bring me back their hats. The insignias on the hats should tell us who their captain is.
Right. First thing to test people is to whack them and then take their hats. Obviously.
I'm having a lot of trouble trusting these mutineers you're talking about. But regardless of whether their story is true or not, we can't go after this Captain Kalis until we find her hideout, if it even exists. In the meantime, there's plenty of skyship wreckage down near the docks of the city that needs searching. While my scouts look around for Kalis or any other opportunities, go pick your way through some of that wreckage and see if there's anything worth bringing back.
Aye, aye, Captain.
You want to know who's in charge here?
Something
You're
terrible
looking at
happened to this place. I just hope we don't stay long enough to suffer the same fate.
What are you?
I've heard much about you. Perhaps you can assist me. Something powerful attacked this place a long time ago. Something that I believe is still here. For our safety, we must discover what it is. I'd like you to make haste. I have already seen signs that this creature may be... No, I will not engage in speculation. Return after your survey is finished, and I will tell you then. Very distressing.
creature. I don't recall what that creature is. Okay. Whoops. Alright. Let's survey these places. Oh, and the ooze thing? What the heck is hitting me? Okay. Alright. The heck? The heck is this pointing to? Oh. Just kidding, it's right here. Pirate hats. Okay. I guess we're after pirate hats. And what else? Gather up. Okay. Give me your hats. Or don't. Are these the things? Oh, come on. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Almost done with our hat collection. All right. Casually roaming around. All right. Done with our hat collection. Now for wreckages. Oh. That's not the thing, is it? No. Wreckage, wreckage, wreckage. That's not it. Friendly. Where? Oh. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's clipping on the... Please. And now I'm stuck. Okay. Alright. My one instance of wreckage. Maybe this thing here? No? Okay, good. I guess it was just manually walking back. The old areas. Heavily, evenly spaced mobs everywhere.
An earth mode like this would have been a wonder. It is as I feared. These acid burns, their pattern and placement, combined with the other pieces of evidence we have uncovered. This is the work of a black dragon. There is a black dragon somewhere on this island.
I do not recall a black dragon.
Very distressing indeed.
Good work. Looking at these hats, they do all have the insignia of Bartholomew Blackdagger on them. Maybe those mutineers were telling the truth after all.
There's definitely two different volumes in recording.
Weren't able to find anything, huh? I guess that's not
There
really
aren't.
a surprise. These pirates may be walking corpses, but they are still pirates. They probably picked the wreckage clean of any valuables long ago.
Not so angsty.
The scouts I sent to find Kalis's hideout came back with good news. They saw something that looked like a hideout entrance in the cliffside on the other side of the docks. Maybe your mutineers were being on the level with us after all.
Okay.
I have a lot of crew injured here, but you seem like you're pretty good at taking care of yourself. How does going down there solo sound? Getting me the skyship I want would put you in my good graces. And let me tell you, I'm a very good person to be in the good graces of.
Alright. Jeez.
You know who's in charge here?
Selling yourself high there. Alright. In we go. This might be a repeatable for next time. We got the long... I haven't loaded this region yet. Pause. Alright. There we go. Let's see if we can run to the end. How big is this map? Oh, it's actually not that big. Can we avoid you? Just walking undeads, you know, zombies, zambonis. Very slow. We're fine. The objective is to traverse the cavern, you know. Oh, you can totally just, probably, right? Yeah. I'm not sure if you can run. You can definitely cut corners. Bats. Okay. Sure. And there's a campfire at the end. So you can probably just de-aggro. How far are they? Pretty far. Alright. Pretty quick. What is this? Oh, yeah, I remember you. Alright. Okay. Head back out. That's a pretty short one.
Leave this one to me, but you can come and help.
How do you solve problems? Walk right through the front door. Okay.
These pirates came back from the skyship is ours! Mark my words, this is only the beginning of the rise of Company Yargo.
Okay. Wait. Oh no. Oh, that's Yargo. I just realized it's Yargo. Alright.
I'd never have expected to get help from mutineers, but that tip about Kalis really helped us out. Can you go speak to him and deliver my thanks? Tell him I might even help them get off this island once I'm done here.
Sure thing, Captain.
More skyships in our fleet, the other companies.
Lots and lots of currency. I don't even think you have to do anything this week other than complete the storyline. Yeah, so they didn't add anything about like somehow fisting in the Dread Sanctum. The Dread Sanctum was part of like the Whisper Dagger thing. I think. What was the place called? Well,
We'll not
maybe next time.
surrender what's left of this Captain Yargo. She would help us escape this place. I've never heard any words so sweet.
But before that happens, there's one last thing that you and Captain Yargo might want to do. It wouldn't just be a favor to us, you could benefit greatly as well.
Below
The Pirate King.
are tunnels leading to an underground fortress. That's where Bartholomew Blackdagger is, along with his plunder and his ship, the Black Scourge. These undead pirates were our friends once. They don't deserve this fate. If Blackdagger were put out of his miserable unlife, that might break the curse from the rest of his crew. They could finally rest. So, what do you say? If you take out Pirate King Blackdagger, everyone gets what they want. You get his loot, Captain Yargo gets his ship, and we get to leave this island.
I like how they clarify about the peg leg. Yeah, so that's everything. Dang, you get 15 each for that. Alright. But then we turned in the repeatables and call it a day. You wouldn't even need to do the weeklies. I guess we'll just leave it up. Alright. Straight to the Pirate King's hideout. I'm guessing this is the original layout for the original Pirate King's layout hideout. I remember going up here, going into this. Yeah, it's the second half. Yeah. I couldn't target the ground. The original run. Oh, kind of screwed up there. Brings back memories. This is where the original campfire run, at least one of the first efficient campfire runs. Oh wait, you know what? I'm kind of curious if that thing is still here. I don't know where it was. Hold up. So there's a shortcut. Nah, it's not much of a shortcut. But you can use Mightier Leap to shortcut something. It wasn't really that big. Maybe here? Nope. Here? No. Alright, just run to the end. Ambient. Oops. The OG campfire run. Are you serious? That doesn't count? Oh. That is awkward. Alright. Well. Guess that doesn't count as an official campfire. Although you can run really, really far, you know, to end up being out of combat. Oh, I see. You have to walk out of range and then walk back in range. Yes, sir. There he is. Ooh, this music is great. What the heck? That music's good.
Me legs ache. Can we take a break?
Somewhat of a soaring violin piece. Not biased at all. Okie dokie. Back we go. Might have to report back, you know? Report back and then get like 90. Almost 90 currency. And they're 15 each as opposed to like 5 from the repeatables. You're free, my man.
Not surrender. Black Dagger is finally truly dead. I can only hope I was right, and his death will release the rest of the crew from his curse. Thank you, friend, for all you've done for us.
Don't mention it. I think we have 90 plus the 5 from... Oh, 80 plus the 5 from the
It's been
3.
so long since
Oh,
we've seen
there's
the
more?
They're all around us.
Vitriol.
You won't believe what I saw
Oh.
last night. What visited me. But this is for you. Black Dagger's ghost left this here with specific instructions that I give it to you. I don't know what's in it, and I don't want to know. Just take it as far away from me as possible. He was supposed to be dead. This was supposed to be over.
Okay. I guess not. It's not over. So you get 85. All right.
Dirt knocks, no relation. I've got one of our own is missing. The undead pirates are popping up like daisies. We're
Okay.
trying to kill as many as we can, but each time we cut one down,
This is the third region's
Till
repeatable
we can find
person.
the source of their resurrection, we need to thin their numbers so the rest of the crew can gather intel and supplies.
Of course.
These are dizzying high.
Okay.
Black Dagger's journal. It's ruined, but I think I can make out a few things. He's using an old undercommon cipher. Must be how he keeps his secrets. You don't see many drow taking to the sky to be a pirate, especially back then. Let me just... Garundar. Garundar? As in Garundar the Vile? Ali was talking about this. A black dragon that was driven out of the vast swamp near Cormia decades ago. So there's some truth to the rumors after all. Black Dagger really did anger a black dragon.
Oh, so that explains how they got ripped.
Anomalies and abnormalities abound.
Wait,
Expect nothing less from an earth moat.
there's more?
You remember where Ali is, right? She'll need to be informed of this discovery. Garundar is no common black dragon. Rumor has it, he's capable of potent curses, including death curses. If we've confirmed one rumor, then I don't have a doubt in my mind that this is true. Also, the hordes of undead roaming outside leans heavily in favor of that. I've written down notes on what else I was able to glean from the journal. It's not much, but Ali should be able to figure out what to do from that.
I don't remember.
I know you're in a rush, but Gert's been glaring at me from across the room. I think she wants your help with a few things. You might as well stop and see what she wants before leaving.
Gerd Knox. I don't know how common the name Knox is. Are you guys related?
Some navigators landing us in the middle of a stinking swamp.
List is clear for now. Might
Oh,
pirates have
no,
bad time.
not related.
Rooster's been
Okay,
killing
that was
everything
Knox.
himself. Meanwhile, I have a whole list of things that needs doing.
Yes, yes. So that's the post-adventure
And before you ask me,
explainer.
I'm not related to that other Knox.
Wow. They get over 100. Wait. There. Oh yeah, and then this is the historian. So was it the? Wow. Right.
Of the Maya, scourge of the sky, and plague of the vast swamp. A well-titled dragon, and a well-told confrontation.
Wait a minute.
Curse of undeath, and a moat all under its heel.
Okay, I might have.
You
No, no, I don't think I messed up. This is unlocked even before doing it. Interesting. Yeah, so this is the thing we just did with Captain Kalis. Someone forgot to close the brackets for the line break. Here's the BR and the bracket, the end bracket. All right. Anyways, so that means we have how many repeatables? Holy, wow! This goes fast. Honestly, I might even do these repeatables. Okay, okay. So we have run. That's 20, 40, 60, 80 in activities. Dang, 80. Now I can understand why they reduced the weekly count. Dang, that's pretty generous. +1 in my book. Give you like whatever you prefer to do, basically. Multiple ways to complete the weekly haul. Oh, wait. Oh, what? Oh, what is this pointing to? Oh, wait. Oh, that's a different thing. It's a repeatable. Alright, so we're back to this person.
An earth mote like this would have... What's this? A note from Boostia? Something terrible happened to this place. I just hope we don't stay long enough to suffer the same fate.
Yeah.
This confirms everything. The toxic swamp, the curse of undeath on the pirates. I've even seen signs in my visions. To think it was him all along. Garandar, scourge of the sky, plague of the vast swamp, until he was driven out decades ago. I had heard the stories. They were meant to be just that. Stories. If it is indeed he who inhabits this island, then our time is short. We must either slay him now or flee. To delay is to allow him to attack us on his terms, which would certainly be our undoing.
Yeah, there's that guy lying in the bag. Okay, so no, I guess you just go in. So this completes all 100. That's crazy. That's a lot. And then we'll just do this on the one character, right? On the first character and see if anything changed. I feel like this just takes you to the place. Oh no.
The black dragon Garandar has appeared. Are you prepared to...
Yeah, it takes us to the arena, right?
Activate it when you wish to engage the dragon. Good luck.
Yeah, it takes us to an OG arena circle, right? Oh no, wait. Oh no, this might actually be new. I don't remember this. Oh. Music's pretty good. Oh, there's the guy. This is the first guy. Like it's a mirror of the first guy in the campaign. There's our friend. I think this was the dragon in where the throne of Idris is. They used to have the invisible, like, but invisible ground effects. Okay. Okay. Oh, you still have friends though. All right. Where are we going? Oh yeah, just the arena. Intriguing. So we won't turn this in, I suppose. I don't know. Let's see what's.
An Earth mode like this, astonishing. Well, I mean no offense, of course, but I haven't much hope of seeing you triumph over such a foe. An incredible victory. I cannot tell you how relieved I am that it was you who triumphed, and not that foul worm. This is one for the history books. Something
You're
terrible
welcome.
happened to this place. I just hope we don't stay long enough to suffer the same fate.
There's more. What the heck?
Now that the immediate threat has been dealt with, the captain will be wanting to retrieve the skyship as soon as possible. You should speak to her before she does, just in case she has something to ask of you.
Okay.
Look, Farella's butterflies. They are a pleasant sight to behold, are they not? They come with a message. Allow me to translate. One of my scouts found markings, ranger marks, and they're not one of mine. There was that group of scouts that came along with you, wasn't there? Part of the team from Neverwinter? I've not heard much about what they're up to, but I've a bad feeling. Call it a ranger's intuition.
I think
You must find them.
I think this might be a reference to that same group of peeps, the other adventurers. The other adventurers are. Dude, this keeps going.
These pirates came back from the dead to guard. Well, you've earned my respect, and that's no easy task. But I don't have any more work for you right now, so head on back to Neverwinter whenever you're ready. If any of the rumors I've been hearing have any truth to them, you'll be needed there.
Yep. And then we're back, and then we've exceeded the maximum currency. With a big bold red text. But there is this. Yeah, it just keeps going. What the heck? You're already capped. There were a lot of quests in the old style. Where's this taking me? Follow. Oh. Alright. Let's see this to the end. We're probably gonna stop like right there. On the other two characters. Okay. Okay. Oh, do we have to? Oh, so it's another one of those things. You recognize them. You've seen them in passing while aboard the ship. The rest of their team have been passengers alongside you, but they're always kept to themselves. The wounds they've sustained were too grievous. There was nothing you could do. Clutched against their chest is a ruined journal stained with blood and barely readable, except for a single word. Oh, skull. Yeah. I don't really know how to do this, like Yishkol kind of thing. Like it kind of reminds me of what Lovecraftian things. It rings a bell, but you're not sure why. Maybe I don't know. Let's tier might have an idea. Okay. So we just bring it back for another 5. Jeez. Yishkol? Something like that. Very Lovecraftian. Okay. That just takes me off of a cliff, Chief. Cannot compute GPS. Alright, okay, so, oh, we're heading back to Crow's Rest. Alright. Right, that wizard guy. Or this guy.
These are dizzying heights. Almost
Not
makes me
wizard,
miss the
elf.
Underdark. Almost. What? Where did you hear that name? A journal? It's soaked through with blood. A simple prestidigitation cantrip should clean it up, but it won't restore the text. I can barely make out what's written. What's this? You're right. Yeshiggle, plain as day.
Yeshiggle.
That's quite frankly disturbing.
Wait. Yeshiggle, as in... Was that the thing in the Dread Sanctum? I actually don't remember the dragon's name. Or the brain's name. That would fit out, right? So they did connect it with the Dread Sanctum.
Only rumors from the Whispering Caverns.
Yep.
I came from there. Escaped from there.
Okay. Okay, they did
Always
add something for the
gossip
Dread
about
Sanctum.
Srainer of mind flayers and strange activities among the Duragar.
Yeshiggle.
Much thought, but that name, Yeshiggle, like an itch at the back of your mind. I know it. Can barely make out the rest. Contingency. A contingency for what? Maybe the scouts were planning something.
Alright, so it's that one character and this character. I see. They added a thing to connect the Dread Sanctum.
Anomalies and abnormalities abound. I'd keep this to yourself if I were you. Nothing good comes from knowing anything about the Illithid. As for your fallen scout, I'll tell Forella they've been found. Maybe she'll have someone retrieve their remains and send them back.
Sort of. Yeah.
I believe that's all I have for you. But you can still help around. I'm sure the others have something they could use a hand with. Maybe I might need you again, sooner or later. Probably sooner. You've done a lot for us. I won't forget that.
Go back to curator history, yeah. And that's it.
Though I am forbidden, you have what you seek.
Yep. Oh, what? Oh, okay. And then you get to go back to the present. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Oh, and you go through here. Is there more? Oh my goodness.
Good to see you again.
Ah, and then the Dread Sanctum. Okay.
I see you've not forgotten me. I thought you might have with your countless adventures and your rather extensive record. Not to mention this flashy new title. Hero of Neverwinter. Well earned by the sounds of it. But that is neither here nor there. Do you remember the last time we spoke? Yes, yes you did. And for a time I didn't think much about it. Until that itch in the back of my mind resurfaced. Contingency. What if the contingency was not in regards to the scouts? What if it was about Yeshigal itself?
Nox missing scouts. They must be in the Dread Vault. Right.
Locals have changed its name. It's now the Dread Sanctum, after Yeshigal's defeat. Perhaps that was just a blissful wish.
So much overflow.
We have no idea what now lurks within the Dread Sanctum.
Okay. And it leads up to the...
Find out once and for all
Okay.
what's really going on. However, hero of Neverwinter, I hope you can handle it.
Nice. This one had a proper link, to some extent. Well, that is like what, 140, like 40 over currency. Dang. All right. So, so we're good. So we go up to Gurrendox. Gurrendox? Gurrendox. Or Garendox. And then we're gonna repeat 2 more times. Wasn't too bad. What time do we have? An hour? Listening to the stuff? Alright. So switch up our... Alright. So let's get to our repeats. That's really fast and really long. I like it. I like it. They added the little things so as to explain the Dread Sanctum. You don't even need to do these weeklies today. Alright, so Cutthroat first. Not Cutthroat, Short Cloak. Cutthroat. And be relatively quick today. And then every subsequent week gives us a lot of opportunity to finish earlier and then see if we can pick up a dungeon run. It does, it's offset by the decline in more and more people going past and waiting for the next module, right? I'm trying to like dig in the back of my brain to think about what other module is missing, like what other adventure like locations left to repurpose. Wait, I went in the wrong direction because I was not paying attention where I was going. This one is incredibly generous. +1. +1, incredibly generous. Many ways. There's a bit of an overflow for everything. Like all the activities in this region is a bit overflow. So, and they're relatively similar in timing. Very, very close actually. So, you pick your poison, right? Which I find a lot more refreshing. It is diminished return. However, I think the gesture is a lot more appreciated. Where, yes, you do get diminished return when you start designing in a way where, oh, you could do A, you could do B, you could do C, but you don't have to do A, B, and C, right? So technically you get diminished return and the volume goes up. Like I know this is, you can say, oh yeah, but it only takes them so and so. That's understandable. However, we're talking about like the future expectations and stuff. And even in this scale, you can imagine other developers, right? Whenever you're making a game design, do you want a really, really tight experience, as some people would say. Being tight, as in, oh yeah, everything matters, like it's well crafted, it's fine tuned. Or, and I feel like this is more so concerning live service games, do you want to build a repertoire of options? So then it's more like a live service. It's a lifestyle thing where, well, here are 6 different ways you can go about accomplishing your task for the week. We, you know, the developers would have to say, oh, we have to make these equally or balance in a manner that they're equally as time consuming. There's no like one favorable decision to make to use your time. And in a way, you might have people then say like, oh yeah, well, the counter argument would be there's a lot of variety. And obviously variety means that it takes away from any one important thing. Much like going to your favorite marketplace and deciding, what should I get today? Well, there are a lot of things competing for my attention, right? And they might all be equally as enticing, but as days fluctuate, you might lean slightly towards one and a different one, and so on. I feel lifestyle or live service games benefit from that, in my opinion. However, that's just my 2 cents. Largely it's more sustainable. Well, sustainable in the sense that you don't escalate the volume to a point where too much diminished return kicks in for the publisher and the developer. Right, like how much variety is too much, and then it's a juggling act to making it so that it's not watered down to an extent where it feels like cheap. This happens a lot, obviously. Like the task is sufficiently engaging or incentivizingly convenient enough. There are definitely multiple ways to achieve this from a day-to-day basis. Personally, this is definitely a change of pace. Right, let's see how long this takes. This is the ballista. The ballista task. A great example, like something that's very topical when it comes like live service or like an adjacent live service and adjacent type of games, like a freemium or a one-time purchase freemium game kind of deal, is the phrase you got to give the impression, oftentimes is very favorable, that the developers just don't stop developing. Like, hey, okay, so you guys can grind this out. It's like, oh, when you're done with that, here's something else to grind. And then here's something else to grind. Oh, wait, here's another subsystem. And then when you're done with that subsystem, here's another subsystem and another subsystem. I was watching the feature, like the subsystem list for PoE 2. I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds like incredibly indirect communication of passion and relentless development time. Hey, what about this mechanic? Say, yeah, let's do that. What about this mechanic? Let's do that. And it just keeps going. Like, we heard you. You want volume. You want variety. Here's all of it. It became somewhat of a almost an entertaining joke. It's like, do you think that's the end? Is that the end? Nope. Obviously, you could just you could cheat and look at the timer in the video, but you see after like 6 features, like, wait, how many subsystems are in this game? And you move your mouse briefly down to reveal like the length, you know, the video progress. It's like, wait a minute, they've already gone, whoops, they've already gone over like 7 subsystems, and that's usually how games, you know, it's an expected volume for a start. Then it goes on to like revealing their 11th subsystem. And like, there can't be much more than, right? And then they continue. It's like, but wait, there's more. Like, oh, okay, now we're getting into the end game. So for all you end game people, there's more. I thought it was really funny. In a okay, you got us kind of thing. I was watching a few prominent people who play these specific games and watching their commentary and reaction to it. It starts speaking volumes when they're used to this type of content, right? Like, they're used to evaluating ARPGs, like Korean MMO designs, where it feels like the list when you log into a game and you're like either late to the game, usually mostly late to the game, you get this experience when you hop into a long-standing MMO. It's like, what do you do next? It's like, well, you do everything that's in the book. Like, but there's like 46 different things in the book. Where do you start? Anything. It's a checklist. You do all of it. Eventually you'll chip at this thing, right? It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle choice. It will take time, slight consistency here and there, you know. I can't even imagine what it's like to get into things like Lost Ark right now, or something like that, as an example. So, however, what the devs at PoE did was, hey, guess what? Not only is it that this is the sequel, we're starting with that volume. Like, nah, it's not gonna feel like you start all over and watch the game grow again, right? It's like, nah. We gotta match where we left off in PoE 1 in volume. And that's rarely the case for a lot of live service games. Lots of lives, like this year alone. Was it this year? It might be last year. This year to last year. Many live service games at launch do not meet the psychological inconsistencies, like, of expectations. So, like, for example, live service games typically do not get a rollover, right? Like, will there, the inevitable question is like, will there be a Neverwinter Online 2, right? And there are games that decided, hey, we're gonna have sequels, or like there's gonna be a sequel system, and rarely are the launches enough to make up for the tangible loss. So what I'm saying about that is, like, for example, Payday Payday 2 and then the release of Payday 3, the idea is what PoE devs did was they matched the volume that was technically lost would be counted as a natural loss. What the heck? Pointing here. Natural loss due to leaving behind the old system, right? So it was obviously lambasted for not having the. However, what is visual and overhauling and stuff is a very difficult thing to communicate. Like how much resources is rediverted to updating an engine and whatnot. So the content itself, quote unquote, the content itself has this psychological, a disproportionate importance. Like, where are my features, guys? The game went from having 46 features down to 10 features, right? So it seems, in my opinion, what was very impressive and almost comically so is that when PoE, the PoE 2, for PoE 2, the devs were like, no. I've said this before about Like a Dragon, the Like a Dragon series. When you set a new, in my opinion, when a developer sets a new baseline for their feature set, cutting feature sets, it is incredibly difficult to counter the loss of a feature set. I think that's one thing that is non-negotiable. When it comes to, it's ultimately 99, I'm going to say like 80, we'll say 80% of the time will come off as a negative thing. If you had a feature that exists, like a quality of life feature that exists in an installment, and you're planning on releasing a sequel, that feature set is standardized. So removing a feature set requires a counter feature set. And not necessarily, I would even argue the amount or number of feature set is a bit more than like the appearance of how many features is a bit more prioritized to be important than the quality of the feature set. So like, for example, if it remains unchanged, you start there. So if there was like a mode, say like, oh yeah, there's a horde mode in a game, like, oh yeah, this is great. When you release a sequel and you decide, let's cut the horde mode and release it later, that on launch will feel like a step back, right? Alternatively, you can roll the die, right? Roll the die and say, okay, well, we're gonna cut the zombie mode, but we want to experiment with a new mode in its place. And Like a Dragon does both of them. The people at RGG Studios does that. They keep a baseline feature set, so Mahjong, mini games, and all that, but they roll with their mainliner by taking the mainliner out and putting a different mainliner minigame in as an experiment. So they keep a portion of the game to meet all the quality of life feature sets while still having to, on top, interchange and substitute and displace other feature sets that are maybe less popular to reform them. But having that allows, in my opinion, allows a smoother transition regardless of context, right? Like, oh yeah, you don't like this hero, the story is not that great, or the music is not for me. However, the feature set and like how you interact with the game stay consistent, and then thrown in on a novelty. I would say RGG Studio has about a 30 to 70% mix, where 30% of it is not iteration and 70% of it is iteration. It's slightly more than it's a bit risky. It's on a riskier take. Usually it's even less than that for sequels or games that have legacy. And live service games, if there's any type of game type genre that has an immense legacy, and when you slap another number on it, it is an incredibly daunting task. And cutting features is probably straight on goes, if not number one, top three emphasis on consumer sentiments, because it will largely, the majority of the time, will feel like a downgrade. So PoE 2 launch marks, in my opinion, not necessarily, like, I don't play PoE. I haven't played ARPGs in a hot minute, right? I stuck with this as opposed to, I stuck with the westernized MMO dealie as opposed to going with the contemporary ARPG. Back in the day, there was time for ARPGs like Diablo and World of Warcraft at the same time. I was younger and more spry, but nowadays, kind of choose how you distribute your time. This and ARPGs and whatnot are more of a live service, one single purchase, ongoing freemium kind of combination. And both these genres, which are heavily arguably showcased originally by Western studios, are adapting to, like, yeah, how are we gonna find a sustainable, acceptable, like, psychological middle ground on funding a project that will last foreseeably over 10 years, right? And then how do you move on or evolve when an overhaul is necessary, right? I'm gonna look forward. I'm actually very curious what the people that, I guess this is still part of Embracer Group, the publishers at Embracer Group is still going to plan for a rollover, and how the developers are going to, what kind of ideas the developers pitching, like what type of upfront resources. Now for PoE 2, clearly they had a very excellent relationship between the executive branch of the group versus the developer group. It almost seems like they were one in the same. So they delayed their game, make sure all the rolls overs. It's no small feat. I think it's a transition, it's a statement, and that statement is fantastic for the consumer. To echo all the concerns when Lorien released Baldur's Gate 3, it is great for the consumer, but man, is it going to be tough for the developers and the publishers to balance that decision making, where, because there's only up, you don't, it's rarely consolidating. When you consolidate a bunch of features into, like, streamline, right? When you streamline something, which is the consolidation and refinement process, rarely is it a positive thing. It's a loss in features. If you combine 3 features together to one and effectively try to supplant the 3 individually, you lose choices, right? And that perception is habitually viewed by the generation of today, consumers of today, as a loss in choice and flexibility. So anyone who's a long-standing fan or loyalist, they have caressed the nuances of that. And your loyalists, or the people who follow you the most, are the ones with easily one of the most passionate followings, and they tend to be the vocal minority, or the audience that will speak the loudest in ridicule and emotional, and even, backing. So it's a double edge, right? You'll have a grand support for it, but at the same time, you are more likely to upset them. And even if even if one becomes transparent and say, we're streamlining these features in order for the game to be more approachable, right? We want the game to grow, meet new populations. when you have all these feature sets, it becomes overwhelming and daunting, and generally that presents the psychological barrier for an adopter, someone who's interested in adopting. Like, you go in, it's like, whoa, there are 60 things to do, where do I start? And then it becomes less about treating your fans and your loyalists, but more, how do we make our game that we want to develop all these things, but at the same time not scare people away, like, nah, I'm just going to start with something that is new, trending, and a lot more manageable. Like, I can't tell you how many times I hear the thing like, yeah, a person being fair would be, oh, I understand this game is very rich, it's feature rich, just a lot of history, but it's not for me because there's so much and you can only have so much time in your day, right? That happens a lot. Neverwinter, so related this back to what Cryptic / Dika, I don't know how they're going about it right now. We'll still continue to refer to the group as Cryptic. Cryptic has this example, this release and last release is an example of consolidation. They remove things in order to update them. But since you remove the thing that already exists, it's considered a loss. So, and then when it's reintroduced, it's considered of a coping or a regaining of what was already lost, right? And then it provides an opportunity for them to improve the quality of life so that it's consistent. Their product is consistent across the old content. In order to work on something that you want to update or something, Cryptic, in my opinion, chose a route that can be compensated. It's a half measure. You remove things compartmentalize so that the sting of losing what already exists feels less harsh, and in the re-release it's going to be released to negative sentiments for cynical loyal fans because they already experienced this. Like, I say, like, do I remember this kind of thing, and then update the stuff for newer players, right? Because they won't have legacy knowledge, and that's kind of a tough situation. I actually think I quite enjoy the way they're going about it, like Cryptic's way of going about how to we kind of want to update all these things too. What it does say is, which I think was confirmed by a open letter, it's kind of like a, don't worry guys, we are still working on the next like 2 or 3 modules. The idea is, not only is Neverwinter going to be continually supported for at least another additional year, like they have the resources and plans to be supported by another year, despite all the layoffs and sell-offs and stuff dealing with their major publisher holder. This also, for better or for worse, suggests that there isn't going to be a Neverwinter 2 project. It's not to say that that idea probably haven't crossed their mind, obviously. I would beg to differ, probably crossed their mind a lot because lots of people ask as well. If they're not interested, they will be asked and draw attention. The idea is, though, if you have an open letter that suggests that, oh yeah, we're going to continue supporting this game, it also rules out the potential, it lowers the potential probability that there will be, quote unquote, a sequel. However, nowadays, I think starting with Overwatch, I would say, when Blizzard tends to be the one that tries to do something a little bit different, and it ends up being the guinea pig of all things. Overwatch would be a great example. How they were trying to roll over Overwatch 1 into Overwatch 2, and their choice in how they approach was clearly not as ended up being a precedence, right? All your cosmetics and stuff rolled over to the new game, but the new game also discontinued features that existed in the old platform. So I imagine a lot of people who are like, yeah, we want to refresh our live service IP. How do we do that? I would even argue Maple Story was probably one of the more earlier examples of attempting to roll over a long legacy IP, and what they did was they didn't follow through. They actually abandoned their sequel rollover. Blizzard obviously forced the issue by literally rolling over and making the previous inaccessible, right? And that brings in the age-old question of when, how to approach rolling over a game that is a live service game. The livelihood, right, the lifestyle and legacy of whatever you have must somehow reflect or proportionally meet the demands or like the value, the perceived value of rolling over to something else. And PoE, those developers made sure of that too. Your cosmetics are preserved. All the things that make your account legacied carries over. In fact, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't go even further and say, hey, you know what? Here are all the PoE 1 things. They more or less countered every feature set that may or may not be lost outside of redefining the game mechanics, or refining or changing the game mechanics. Crazy. There are many other examples that I can think of that I've either witnessed or participated in when it comes to rollover of a live service game. What's another one? Maple Story was probably easily one of the more unfortunate, tragic ones. Maple Story 2, right? And then we have all variants of it. Payday 3 is a good example. I mean, soon Killing Floor 3 will have to try to do that too. One that I specifically had experienced firsthand was probably and it doesn't even have to be a direct sequel. It's in association with the content and feature set across the developer now, like a long-standing developer. The longer you have a singular product, in my opinion, that resonates with your namesake, the harsher it's going to be when you're transitioning into like a new IP or property that's related. And the one that I'm thinking of is Fat Shark. My close friends and a close friend of mine, others, we played Warhammer Dark Tides, right? It doesn't help that they decide to call it Dark Tides, which then you can start grouping it mentally as the Tide series, right? Because Vermintide is the other baseline. So, and it still ends up working out, right? Like Fat Shark continue to support their game. It's doing well now. The sentiments are great because they stuck with their game. I would even argue, like, for the most part, Overwatch 2 is Overwatch 2. They stuck with their game. The most negative outcomes are the game gets terminated, right? Maple Story 2 would be a great example of that. And it's a risk. You either trust your consumers to be like, this is the first of many updates. It's the overhaul cost us, as you know, cost the people a lot of time and resources, and it's difficult to get a publisher who is willing to say, hey, can you give us 10 years worth of revenue so we can overhaul the entire game from the ground up and expect to get that return, that 10-year investment return in 10 years. And we are going to do it on launch. We're going to try to release the game with 10 years worth of development and features and refinements, because we're talking about volume here now. It's not skill, as in, like, what I mean is it's not streamlining. There are definitely extraordinary cases where, oh, the streamline is so good, it, you know, foreseeably replaces more than 1, 2, or 3 features. The alternative is make a new IP that is completely divorced from it. And even then, if you're a live service developer, you become associated with the identity of that game for so long that when you release a new IP nowadays, it's difficult to it's difficult for consumers and even objective reviewers to divorce themselves from that. Like, oh yeah, this is a FromSoft game, so how much of the FromSoftisms are going to be in all of their games, because there's an incredibly long legacy. So the other, and this one doesn't work as well anymore, as due to the advent of the internet being very well informed, is the idea of you then, what is the option? You rebrand yourself, right? You rebrand yourself, you move to a new studio, you develop it, maybe you find a new studio, and you hope that your name was not so attached to a previous like studio or project that when you release a new IP, your IP isn't burdened by the biases of legacy, right? Like someone would say, oh yeah, you know, all right, let's start a new studio. I won't reveal my name. Let's not use it. Let's not use the name so to give expectations that may not be concordant with the new direction. Alternatively, you can be transparent. Obviously, it's like, hey guys, I know you're interested in this game, a legendary game series with expectations, but we're going in a different direction. I hope you guys like it, that kind of thing. So there are those approaches. They actually kind of work fairly well. Then there's ones that, oh, you know, I make whatever I want, you're gonna either like it or you don't, right? There's definitely those developers. It's interesting. Lots of different takes on how to roll over your legacy. I feel that's the thing about the internet now. Are you speaking about anchor bias and nostalgia brain, horde mentality? Kind of all of the above, but I'm more doing it on the take of looking at live service rollover. Like how the things that face long legacies with since Neverwinter is a legacy live service game now. And usually I would say 10 years is a crossing point where they start entertaining the idea of rolling over their game. And I was relating it to the topical release of PoE 2, which have nearly caressed the 10-year mark, and then their successful launch of PoE 2. Nostalgia brain. That's an interesting. No, probably not nostalgia brain. Anchor bias, possibly. Horde mentality, not really. Yeah, neither of those two things. We're talking about the transition of standards. So the evaluation of quality versus the quality of new content or rollover of features and whatnot versus the perception of loss and gain. So something like, hey, would I be willing to give up would I give up the convenience of having lots of content versus a streamlined experience? And that streamlined experience is a consequence of trying to overhaul that. No, it's just asking to get, yeah. So for example, PoE 2, actually I gotta switch this. We got our 10. So for example, PoE 2, they did a unprecedented thing in my opinion, where say like you have PoE 1, you have all these expected features, whatever it is. I don't actually play PoE 1. I was watching other people who play ARPGs now, contemporary ARPGs now, react to it, and one of the most consistent things that they reacted to was the incredibly almost comical reaction to the subsystems that are in PoE 2 on launch day. And the idea was taking a nod from all the other long legacy games like Overwatch, MapleStory, Payday 2 specifically, how they were trying to roll over their thing, and Fat Shark trying to introduce Dark Tides from their as an expansion from their Vermintide library. All those things dealt with different ways to approach migrating what they're known for by developer legacy and gaming design to a new IP or to a new thing without encountering the brute force of losing the perception of losing features along the way at the expense of streamlining, iterating, and overhauling quality without asking your publisher to say, hey, well, we've been developing this game for 10 years and now we want to make a sequel. Would you be okay with giving us 10 years worth of revenue and R&D to launch a game with a feature set that matches our previous game so that our consumers don't feel like they lost something as a consequence of moving to a new system or new game? And ultimately, I would say from an investment standpoint, the answer would probably be no. We're going to give you the same amount of money for 1 year and hope that your game does well for 1 year, and then we'll talk about the following year. However, in PoE's standpoint, it makes me feel by the way by their launch and their actions, is that both the executive part of their group and the development part of the group firmly agreed that, yeah, we're just going to pull all the stops. So if the game fails, the studio fails, right? The whole shebang fails. And their launch was very successful. It was incredibly comical how long the video was when they were saying, here's subsystem 1, 2, 3, fast forward 15 minutes later, here's subsystem 16. And it's like, okay, let's make sure that when you get through all this subsystem that will take you years and years or months and months, and then okay, but now we are going to talk about all the random generated subsystems in case you ran out of going through all the other subsystems that we've made before, and you know that you love and come to love to expect from PoE 1. So it was like an absurd laundry list, and there was a lot of commentary drawing the difference between Diablo 4, the launch of like Diablo 3, Diablo 4, when they were trying to move to a new like movement by Blizzard, right? Blizzard tends to be the one that has one of the longest legacies, and all their games are held to a incredible legacy. And a lot of comparisons were drawn about how Blizzard went about approaching their Diablo 3, then Diablo 4 iterations, what the growing pains of that, and comparing it to PoE, right? So curious how this is going to impact decision making in the future. And I also mentioned Lorien Games, which establish a different precedence, and that's the volume question of expectations of what goes into a CRPG game, right? So nowadays it's like, how does this affect how consumers intuit a complete product? Like, what is complete now? I guess if you're playing a game like PoE 2, good luck, I suppose, negotiating your mind and concerns and feelings regarding playing other ARPG games moving forward. The wings are mounts. You haven't played for 6 years? The wings are mounts, yeah. Yeah, like you don't fly with them, but they're there. You can have wings. It was actually not that long ago. Maybe like 3 years ago? 6 years, huh? Yeah. And with that flow of the conversation, I go back to Neverwinter, right? Recently Neverwinter Cryptic had to dispel some rumors. Cryptic is owned, the Cryptic Dika, this game is part of, I think they're still formally part of Embracer Group. And obviously if you're one that is interested in gaming news or the industry, Embracer is cutting their losses with a lot of things by consolidating and selling and closing down. Like many game producers, publishers are doing that right now. And they sent an open letter about, yeah, this game is going to be supported at least for the next year because there's 2 or 3 modules still in advance. And rolling over these things would suggest that if they're saying, oh yeah, we're going to continue development of this game, it also rules out the potential that they're considering the really big question, which is, are they going to decide to overhaul and do a Neverwinter Online 2? Because this question is brought up by the standards of other successful games rolling over after a 10-year period. So lots of things to consider, right? Yeah, you find a lot of people have a revisionist history when it comes to gaming experience. Gaming legacy launches into the point. People and groups tend to forget rose colored glasses. Yeah, the new hotness game. Yeah, so here's my thought about it. It sounds kinda alright, the current thing that's set by PoE 2. At the same time, I like to think I have a fairly decent above average grasp about investments, right? Like profits, cost, consumer sentiments and whatnot. It's gonna be a tough act where if your approach now is like, hey, I've been part of this group decided we've made a game and we supported development of a game for over 12 years, or actually it's coming on 12 years. And the idea is like, we want to upgrade this game, quote unquote, upgrade this game, right? Let's consider Neverwinter Online 2. What does that look like? Well, from a consumer standpoint, when you're understanding the psychology and what drives consumer sentiments and a successful launch, PoE has demonstrated, hey, if you want to get those 8s on launch, which is fantastic, by the way, for a freemium game, usually the sentiments is around 7, the business as usual, but above average kind of thing. I know numbers is a great way to communicate the relative bias. So 8, it was a successful launch. It's actually, I would argue, probably the most successful launch of a rollover of a freemium like one-time purchase microtransaction kind of design. So you're proposing, right, online Neverwinter Online 2. How does this work? Our system is so in need of an update, so you go to your publisher, who is already strongly struggling with balancing heavy investments and guarantees of return on investment. They go up to them, it's like, okay, so you still have a player population, and you want to secure that player population in order to suggest to the publisher, at least we'll have these fans to pop up our game when it's released, right? That's usually a safe guarantee where, like, oh yeah, we have millions of people still playing our game, but we need to roll over in order to increase and streamline things in order to reach a bigger audience and reach the new standards that are set. Well, you go up to your publisher and say, hey, would you give us the resources so that we can equivocate the volume and compensate for any perceived loss in feature set? Well, one of the obvious choices would be, okay, would you allow us to develop Neverwinter Online 2 while maintaining all the resources to keep Neverwinter Online 1 running, so that the people who play 2 slowly migrates, understandingly that Neverwinter 1 doesn't change at all, like the standard is still held. That's one option. And from an investor standpoint, my only thought is, you're telling us we should pay you for maintaining everything and still improving on Neverwinter 1, but also asking us that you're going to spend even more than that resource to make a second game, and making sure that they both run well with the same amount of group, like with the same amount of resources. And the first thought you would think as an investor is, are you crazy? Like, do you know how crazy that sounds? I mean, there can be investors out there that are incredibly, like, they're like, I believe you, here's my money, take it, right? Because you can find the guardian angel, that one investor. However, that's one approach, right? One approach. Blizzard was like, when they looked at Overwatch 1, they're like, okay, we're owned by Activision, but we can't maintain both those games. It's gonna be a hard sell. So let's roll over Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. Immediately, they got slammed because you lose something, and the gain has to be equivalent. It has to be greater or exceeding it. Yeah, angelic investors exist, but they are incredibly rare. So like Blizzard was like, hey, Activision, we want to make a sequel, but it has to, we want to roll over systems so that it's approachable for new audience, while at the same time, we wish we can keep Overwatch 1 running. And, you know, immediately I would say, nah. You don't get double your resources in order to multiply. Like, so you have to move your audience over to Overwatch 2. So then Blizzard decided, let's close down Overwatch 1, move over to Overwatch 2. And you probably already read all the history and backlash from that, because not only was it an iteration, a streamline of the experience, the feature set was not countered. It was not substituted or properly compensated. So that went down. Maple Story was one of the biggest examples where the developer rolled over and they decided, okay, we'll still maintain Maple Story 1, but Maple Story 2 felt like it was a side gig. And then eventually Maple Story 2 was closed down in favor of maintaining Maple Story 1. right? That happened too. So PoE 2 was a landmark game now. Here's PoE 1 with a decade's worth of experience and revenue. However, as a consumer, quantity ends up, not that everything else is not important. Quantity is very felt. It's very tangible. So when you lose the feature sets and you lose your legacy, like your cosmetics and stuff, and you expect to roll over, that next product has to compensate for all of that. And how do you roll over a legacy game? We're not talking about like a game you buy, like a FromSoft game, $70 up front, then the legacy rolls over to next. Like there's no legacy, like there's no tangible legacy that rolls over. It's a person's legacy, right? And in these games, live service games, there are tangible legacies. They don't roll over, then you're gonna have to make up for it a lot. And people make comments, you know, every year there's a new hash. It's at the end of the year now. Every year there's a new hash of, are they gonna make a sequel? Oh, they're Valentine, by the way, sorry. Are they gonna make a sequel? Like, how are they gonna do it? And I'm like, what kind of publisher would take on that challenge? Like, what publisher would say, hey, we're gonna pitch you a game. The only way the population that currently exists would be satisfied, right? Satisfied with, you know, your fans are going to be satisfied is that somehow you produce 10 years. Like, dude, my guy, you're such a butthead. Okay. They have to cover 10 years. So all your loyal fans are expecting a combination of 10 plus years of development because they are psychologically normalized to expect that now. And then every new player also have to like your products without the old players being toxic to the new players. Because you might be thinking, wait, that doesn't make sense. Why would loyal players be toxic to new players? When the old guard moves to your new game and they are entirely negative, it drives all new players away. Your quality of your game could be excellent and whatnot. However, if there's a loss in value and system, it tends to overpower even a quality game. And that community will be repellent in your game. So the PoE devs did a smash job. They even delayed their game multiple times in order to add even more volume in it, to ensure that their long-standing community moves over and say, oh yeah, it's the same. Like, it feels the same. It feels big. It feels as big as our old game. We love this game. And then new players come in and say, dude, this community is awesome. They love the game. They even moved to a new game. I want to be part of this community. Instead, you have examples like Overwatch 1, where people are largely as toxic and as friendly as established as they are. Then they move to Overwatch 2 and it's soured. It's soured dramatically to the point where it bleeds into all the interactions you have. So if you're someone like, I could get into Overwatch 2, 2 months later, it's like, no, everyone's so jaded and cynical and they're still waiting for their best game to come back. So what did Blizzard do recently? They reintroduced Overwatch Legacy as an event for like 2 or 3 months. And I actually would argue that there's a chance that old format comes back permanently because of the sentiments of losing features. It's not the idea of nostalgia, but the idea of having an option to play something that you already have. You had this feature and then it was removed. It's effectively lost to the ether because of an overhaul, and there's really no consideration for business or something. Like, your consumers aren't business people, right? So expecting them to kind of understand what it's like to pitch something like that is absurd, at least in my opinion. Yeah, I tend to lean more towards the business side, and the gamer side has rather pushed me away as expectations versus reality. But then again, my work background is in it, and PC building, etc., not limited to coding and programming. Yeah. Another good example, Smite 2. Yes, Smite 2 is a great example. I don't play Smite, but Smite 2. There's no League of Legends 2, right? You still haven't spoken like, oh yeah, is Riot Games going to make a League of Legends 2? So what do they have to do to launch League of Legends 2? They first would have to overhaul everything and include every single champion they have in League of Legends 1. How long does that look like in development if they're still currently developing League of Legends 1? So you're telling me that they have to parallel develop a yet unreleased sequel that includes everything that League of Legends 1 has. So every time they release a new League of Legends 1 game, they are still developing a League of Legends 2 version of that game, so that by the time they launch, they would have a nearly baseline, and then they have to build new subsystems on top of the existing subsystems they have while overhauling the game. So I know Tencent has a lot of money. Tencent is the primary publisher holder of Riot Games. But boy howdy, when you tell your publishers like, hey, we do want to overhaul League of Legends 2, it's going to be fantastic. But can you give us money so that we can like run that project in parallel, not knowing how much money it'll give back while we continue to run our already successful model that is preying on like nostalgia brain and coping mechanisms, please? So that is the type of question that I tend to revisit over and over again when someone says, dude, this game is so old, like here's a new module, it's basically the same thing, like why don't they just make a sequel? And my answer, my thoughts spiral, and I'm like, yes, that's exactly how simple it is. They didn't need Smite 2 like at all. They didn't need Overwatch 2. The idea is here's the idea, right? Overwatch 2, the community turned over, right? And when you say no need, it's like if the population turnover, then the game itself, what happened was, in my opinion, they lost their legacy, as in the developers lost confidence, right? However, that did not change how actually persistently successful Overwatch 2 is. The sentiment soured though, and how many times you can do that is probably a different story. When you say something new is not needed, it's like asking yourself, if you were doing a job and you decided that you want to do new things, improve your game, or try new things, and an outside force tells you, no, you can't do that because it's not needed. That, to me, is what that comment reminds me of. Like, you decided to choose to think about the present day as opposed to the people who want to make new things. Now, here's the thing though. I don't work for Blizzard. I don't work for the publishers and developers for Smite, so there could be a chance that the motivation for those sequels were not to primarily reinforce, but more, you would argue, a lot of people would argue, oh, it's a corporate attempt to resell their game. That's perfectly fine. I mean, I wouldn't know that. My sentiments go out to the developers who believe that, you know what, I want to improve on this game, but I don't want to make it be tied down to whatever expectations of Overwatch 1 was. The downside is, on the outside, Overwatch 2 is tied down by Overwatch 1, period. If it was called a different thing, well, then you're like, okay, that should be okay, right? But then someone sees Blizzard, and it's like, okay, well, this is clearly Overwatch 2, even if you called it Underwatch 2, right? So it's an uphill battle constantly. When you say Smite 2 is not needed, well, if they called it Sun 1, it's still going to be end up largely Smite 2. So it's very, very ironic, or one way, when someone says a sequel is not needed if they're someone who wants to reinvent and change their lives over and over again. So I can't really resonate with the idea of not needing to want to move on and learn more and develop more, in my opinion. Well, as someone who was in the PoE community, I had to leave it as it is coming just an influx of new players who are not there for PoE 1 bit. We shall see. Yeah, exactly. So when Overwatch 2 came out, there was a pivot. That's what happens, right? Communities change because the directions change. If you have any sense of this, any sense of observational correlation, the idea is, if you think that the same people are playing the game and you're not one of them who used to play the game, and you're saying the game stayed the same, well, why aren't you playing the same game? If you left, then that would insist that the game appeals to a new audience. And whether that audience is larger than the existing audience, that is certainly of concern. So is Overwatch's 2 audience fundamentally different from Overwatch 1's audience? I would say probably a large majority are now a different audience. However, that new audience, is it bigger or smaller than the previous audience? I think, as far as I am aware, they're about noticeably the same size. So there was probably a turnover in the type of the pre-selection, as opposed to the increase in volume, right? Well, depending on the engine they use and how custom it may or may not be, might be cost effective to just upgrade, but I will say Tencent, give or take, does, if you can pass the usual corporal bandwagon. They're lenient to a degree with reason, not saying that they are angels. Yeah, and I don't like I don't resonate with the "well, it depends" situation. I think this does not it depends. It's more like, if one can present and find appropriate meeting grounds, then it can happen, right? There's no speculation here, right? The bottom line is, if your investor and your developer meets, the idea is one has to cater and understand what their PR cost would be as well. So I guess the highlight is here, all the factors that one must consider, as opposed to it depends on what the specifics are. The specifics are that all of these variables are in play, and raising awareness of these variables are a suggestion, not necessarily trying to predict what the specifics are. Like, there's no way I understand what Tencent is working with, nor do I understand what Riot Games is working with. However, the factors that we talk about are in play, right? Those are the things that vary. And I prefer not to try to guess what the specifics are. At least I didn't think I suggested I knew exactly what the specifics are. Well, people change just as games do, right? Thinking about it, the only 2 series you still stick with that you played with when you were young are probably The Legend of Zelda and Dynasty Warrior. Interesting. And of course, Final Fantasy, that's just a given. I actually stopped playing Final Fantasy. So, even when you say stick with, like in a continuity way, right? It's on and off, right? To illustrate sort of a point about how, and obviously those are not the same things. Legend of Zelda, Dynasty Warriors, Final Fantasy, those are discontinuous games. They have a continuity break for all of them. And what I mean by that is a continuity in development. discontinuity in development cycle and release things. Live service games, they roll over. They're rolling over games as opposed to discontinuously releasing the games. So like Final Fantasy 15 and Final Fantasy 16 has an expected discontinuity in the asset transformation, and like the expectations are different. In live service games, when you say Overwatch 2, you expect all of Overwatch 1 to coexist with whatever Overwatch 2 is. So PoE 1, the developers have to consider the fact that they have to either meet, simulate, or approximate all the features that exist in PoE 1 to roll over to PoE 2, and then introduce whatever PoE 2 is. So in my opinion, from an investment standpoint, to meet that player expectation, you have to do that. I think a better example interesting example, not a better one, but an interesting example in analogous to coding and programming is Windows 11. What Microsoft is currently trying to deal with about Windows 11 rollover and adoption. And now we're talking about a volume that dwarfs any existing video game. Right? Now we're talking about an OS, a primary PC OS, and their attempts are interesting as well. So it might end up getting to the point where like you're gonna do it. It's gonna be it has a feeling. It's starting to feel like it's gonna be an Overwatch situation where you either roll over or will give you so many roadblocks and adoption requirements that you have to roll over, right? And not roll over as in give in, or actually that's kind of ironic. It's a double meaning. I guess you roll over after seeing enough. Or like, for example, here's a very topical one dealing with programming and the interface of hardware. Ray tracing requirements. I think with a topical game right now is the ray tracing requirements for Indiana Jones, the new Indiana Jones games. And then recently, speaking of Final Fantasy Rebirth is likely to have a ray tracing requirement. The PC edition of Final Fantasy Rebirth. So there are definitely different ways to force or kind of like strong arm adoption. And that also plays into the overhaul of live service games, right? Like if PoE 1, quote unquote, we'll just say it depends on engine and whatnot. However, regardless, it will be a rollover in requirement, right? Regardless of what the engine is, from PoE 1 to PoE 2, there could have been a engine requirement or a hardware requirement that is a natural state of progressively going upward, right? And I don't actually know. No one really, I don't think they had a strong rollover in the engine requirement or like the hardware to drive it. But Nvidia and other titles are rolling over hardware requirements too. Which in fact, I would like to share personally that I have to consider that soon. So I do have a ray traced enabled GPU, but boy howdy, that's not the ray tracing performance that people are talking about. So minimum requirements, right? That game not called Overwatch. Yeah, so I'm being obviously I'm being a little bit more direct about this. It's tough. It's a tough situation. And it's kind of, I don't know what it was like when I was younger, like how I would view about these things. these types of rants and whatnot or thinking has come from old age and like life experiences, like dealing with resources and whatnot from different situations, like for example scientific funding for research, that kind of thing, and whatnot. When I was younger, I don't know if these things were as exaggerated as before the internet, right? Before the sway of public opinion and influence and whatnot. Like, was it this way before everyone starts chiming in about their opinions on what is expected to be high quality or not high quality, or mean dissonance? Here's my 2 cents on it, like my personal take. This is my personal experience. My life experience has conditioned me to expect the unexpected, as in buying video games, for example, experiencing creative products is a privilege. I either buy into it or I don't. Expecting them to pander to me as a creative person is something that in my opinion, the new age internet has normalized. Algorithm driven content has normalized the idea that people who create things pander to you because it feels like everything panders to you. All the businesses, ads, the things that you see every day makes it feel like the world revolves around your perception. And that is not typically a normal expectation for me. And even to this day, from time to time, I would be like, oh yeah, whoops, I forgot. Like, not everyone thinks like me. Or, boy, when I'm playing this, it's not true for video games though. Like, I buy video games because they're different or they're unexpected. As in, like, what I mean is, the video games that leave me with the biggest impression are things that end up changing. And what I mean by that is that also includes playing Overwatch 1 and then suddenly Overwatch 2 is a new, different default format. That is a change. Right? I like the Final Fantasy games because that was literally their philosophy. If you know what I mean. Like, yes, they're all JRPGs, but they all feature different subsystems. My favorite part, one of my things I look forward to in Final Fantasy is the icing on the cake. I love the story. I enjoy that kind of thing. It's great. However, it's even more than that, right? The subsystems are different in every video game, provided with the exception of the sequels. Funny enough, right? Final Fantasy started making quote-unquote sequels, starting with X, right? Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X had a sequel, X2, right? X-2, right? Then you had Final Fantasy 13. And what's interesting is, since the Final Fantasy fans have come to expect that sequels don't usually happen, the social pressure of having the live service like game to persist in a world eventually made Square Enix release sequels to their games. And inherently, those sequels created dissonance with older fans expecting that they would swap up the subsystem dramatically between sequels, which they kind of still did to some extent. And they still do to this day. And they take all of the criticisms hand over fist, right? Like, hey, Final Fantasy 16, new direction. We're going in a new direction. Here's a new subsystem. It was great for a newer audience. The audience that liked that subsystem. Right? Interesting, right? And I guess you could call it nostalgia or my own biases. These are my own biases that I'm talking about. So here's the disclaimer. I'm a guy who, if you slap a 2 in any game, I expect it to be different. That's like, I know that's an awkward thing after the fact, right? Because you could argue, oh yeah, but live service didn't exist back then. It's like, yeah, I know. And due to my biases and stuff, when you say Neverwinter Online 2 is coming out, for me, I'm willing to drop Neverwinter Online 1 in order to support Neverwinter 2 for whatever it is. And I don't expect it to pander to me. However, I would argue that what I just said is a minority voice. The longer you stick with something, the more difficult and emotionally it is to part with that thing. So like, will there be a Final Fantasy 14 2? Well, it will be interesting to know if they ever decide, because Final Fantasy 11 did happen, and then Final Fantasy 14 happened. Discontinuous release. Create noise, in my opinion, is one thing to, not necessarily, it's a trade-off. You lose a lot of your following, right? Because the product no longer exists or the product is no longer supported. However, at the exchange, it might be a compromise to alleviate some of the developer and the publisher weight to have to follow up something. When you follow up something, you only go up. But like, rarely is there a realistic expectation of it not going anywhere to a it's different, perhaps, right? Like for me, I'm strictly speaking only for myself. I tend to be, well, whatever it is. If it's the same, neat. If it's different, it's neat. I get to learn where the developer's head is at, right? Where the publisher's head is at. And if I don't prefer it, I can watch other people who prefer it and learn about them. My livelihood is not dependent on video games, though. So that emotional weight is so disproportionately distributed for myself. When someone feels like they identify as a video game, like identify not like literally as a video game, but identify with a video game, and they decide to say, hey guys, we're gonna release Minecraft 2. Sorry guys, Minecraft 1 costs so much resources to maintain, we're just gonna roll over to Minecraft 2. The world is going to explode for some people. Like the dependency will be so high that I think the internet will get set on fire at the announcement that Minecraft 2 will be released at the expense of Minecraft 1. That would be absurd, right? So, or dear me, if they announce like Roblox 2. So it'll be interesting. Curious. League of Legends 2. The internet will probably be set on fire. At least a good portion of it. Roblox 2, you're there? I have seen Roblox, by the way. Like, funny enough, I actually touched these things. Even within my like age group and my generational gap, I actually had started Roblox once. And I looked at it and I watched other people use Roblox. Like, how do they go about their normal lives using Roblox? And, because Roblox is a platform as well. It is actually probably arguably far more a platform than it is, you know, strictly a video game per se. And it's crazy. And what I mean by platform, I mean like Windows. Roblox is the interface of, it's like 70% Windows and 30% game, right? And MMOs used to be that way too, like World of Warcraft. They were borderline going towards the direction of platform. And it still continues to be a platform today. An expansion is a feature set added on top of a platform, in my opinion. So in MMOs, the situation is if you add something, you're adding it on top of something. So when you announce a sequel, the idea is, the perceived psychology now is that it's being added on top. So the moment someone, a developer and publisher, suggests that you will lose access to a pre-existing feature, damage control, and/or compensation. I think the word I would probably use here is the feeling of compensation. If someone says, hey, we're moving to Neverwinter 2. Thank you for all your support of Neverwinter 1. It's been a great ride. We're still the same people, only we're moving and rotating all our support to Neverwinter 2. I hope you understand and join us. And immediately they're like, yo, Neverwinter 2 better be Neverwinter 1 plus Neverwinter 2, or else I'm out. Because your identity gets reset, right? The thing you identify with has officially reset. And when you reset, disgruntledly, it's a perfect time to pivot to something else, right? It's for better or for worse. Like there are silver linings to it. Here's the silver lining. It means you have liberated a lot of time for new opportunities, right? It's a great time to get a fresh start somewhere else. In my opinion, live service is almost, the popularity of live service and persistent game development is a symptom, neither bad or good, but it's a consequence of algorithm-based targeted things. When something is established as a habit, you target that. It's the most consistent, in my opinion, one of the most consistent and reliable targets. You make money, to feel good, the most consistent things. So telling an investor, for example, and even an investor or a game developer, like, hey, are you willing to go in a bold new direction? I mean, the word bold is already in the meme. And take a chance at changing up everything. The answer is probably going to be no. Like, why change something and take all the risk? I want someone else to take the risk. So there lies the problem, in my opinion. Or, like, not necessarily the problem, but the almost apathy towards the human condition. How would you go about that? Like, introduce something new, but also use the same publisher and developer name, sort of, while at the same time not take the risk yourself. You make another studio under the same publisher, and that studio, that smaller studio or that newer studio, takes all the risk. However, it's semantics, right? It will hurt the publisher, but it will hurt less when it's under a studio, a name, an entity that takes less, that has less baggage or legacy. So when you experiment, you establish a new studio under a new pseudonym and you launch it. And if it's successful, then you can retroactively own it by saying, oh, hey, it's the other people. There is one studio and publisher that did that very, very well this year. And it was featured multiple times in the Game Awards. In fact, it was the second winner next to, you know, the big Astrobot thing. Actually, I would argue Astrobot is also another example where it's another studio under a bigger house. So if that title fails, it will largely isolate its legacy issues. It still will splash onto Sony, right? However, much less so than having Naughty Dog say, like, hey, Naughty Dog, can you make a game like this game, which turned out to be Astrobot, but you know, put your name on it and negotiate all the stuff, and and then take the risk and say, no, 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 no. You make a new branch. And what was that studio? It's a O studio? I think they went with O or Zero. Hang on. Let me make sure before I... is it Zero or O? Studio Zero is the name. The formal name of that group. But it's similar guys. And who's Studio Zero, by the way? Studio Zero works with under a publisher that also owns P Studio. And P Studio, the P usually stands for Persona. And Studio Zero released a game that is unrelated, quote unquote, unrelated in as many ways as possible to Persona. And yet, obviously, people make the comparison, right? And it's not like a well-kept secret or anything that Studio P has overlap with Studio Zero, right? Especially in their final product. And the game was Fantasio, or Re-Fantasio, right? I don't know how to actually pronounce it, but Metaphor was released, right? And you might be, there's things to consider, like, oh wait, of course it would be obvious to people that Studio Zero is related to Studio... Wait, what's happening here? Why is this still listing that? Studio P is related to Studio Zero because they're both under Atlas and whatnot. However, we have to keep in mind the internet does a wonderful thing of reinforcing this. So now, what's different from back in the day is that now you have 6-7 influencers who you've watched for many, many years, who you trust, which also reinforces the same legacy issue, saying the exact same thing, which then goes back to reinforce again and doubling back on itself that legacy. So not only that, regardless of using a new studio name, retitling your games, completely changing the setting and the context and the visual thing, it was still, in my opinion, not sufficient to literally rekindle all the expectations of a Persona game onto a new IP under a new studio. Yeah. There are pros and cons. It's a double-edged thing, right? So one of the things that publishers will then leverage is that, okay, so if this is a foregone conclusion, as in there's no way we can divorce this game from our legacy and all that stuff, the opposite is true. You can use that legacy as advertisement. Like, how often do you see a game released like from the creators of a spectacular sequel to the people who brought you it? It can be used the other way around, right? It's a exchange. It's an exchange, if you will. So the double edge here, you can see the worst case scenario where, oh wait, but then what if it's a game that we're going into it depends territory, so we're gonna imagine the full spectrum, and I'm looking at the worst case scenario and the best case scenario, but really the reality is somewhere in between. Then you have the situation, right, where if a studio releases a poor game initially, what are the chances that they're able to release another game in which it was it is likely of higher quality and very excellent, but dragged down by their legacy? You might be thinking, oh, then that means people just don't buy their game because they made crap games initially. Actually, I would say it's slightly in the favor. It's slightly in the favor of the developer. When a developer has a game that is very terrible at first, there's a slight favor, not too much. I would say a 60-40 split, where they're like, okay, you know what? There's a chance that they made a different game, and the different game has a chance of being, different. So it's interesting. That dynamic is, in my opinion, that dynamic's becoming a little bit more commonplace. We're like, oh yeah, you know what? I like the concept of this. I'll give the developer another chance. That kind of thing, right? But boy howdy, when you mention something like Game Mill, that's a little tough. Oh, or like, I mean, I can elicit probably lots of controversy by starting to say something about like Nexon or something, right? And then I already mentioned Embracer, so it elicits very similar expectations, right? And trivializing and the optics of your stuff in an internet age is very, very, I would say it's very naive. Much like the person recently, yesterday, that told me, you do you, right? You do you, and you don't have to ever worry about what other people think and how other people affect you. Well, I don't want to say I don't want to go straight to it depends, right? The idea is that for me, if you're working in a situation where it involves public opinion, saying that you do you and do whatever that fits you, I think that's a little naive coming from a person who hasn't worked in any professional occupation that literally deals with the opinion of other people. And video games is most definitely one of them. Being a public figure is most definitely one of them. Yeah. And that's kind of why I mention all these things. That was the story I brought today. Usually when I'm doing these Neverwinter like completion module campaign things, I bring a story. That was one of my stories for today, I like to fill in the time. The story was, I think the main motivation was optics. Optics in the post-internet world. Sometimes optics is so powerful nowadays that it kind of overshadows merit quite a lot. You look forward to sharing your final grades on Friday. Oh, wait, this Friday? What the heck is taking so much time? I'm kidding. Do you have things that still needs to be graded before they release the grades for your semester? I'm detached with the times. I figured like maybe nowadays things are automated on the fly. So it's like it goes to a database or something, and then the moment grading is complete, it can be displayed by the account holder. Not too detached from the times. This is what the system was like when I was like still a teacher assistant or something. When you load grades, they're loaded nearly directly into the registry, right? The account thing where you register for and request your transcripts and class registrations. Oh, you still have a few exams to take. Oh, okay. How's that going? You're studying and whatnot. Oh, and before going back to all these things, everything I say I don't want to like deflate. Maybe I'll try to be tactful here. This is commentary. I don't work for any one thing, and when I say people, other people may not have worked in a professional field and stuff, they could have. These are all most of these are conjecture because I don't actually know the people that I'm making comments with. So grain of salt, careful. And they can say the same thing about me, right? That's probably what's going to happen. If I make a comment directly about something, the reverse is true. All right. I don't work in game industry. I don't run a multi-million-dollar corporation that deals with a strong, heavy asset management into publishing titles and whatnot. What I may be able to provide is commentary in wishful thinking that whatever I say is something that's interesting that may provoke future dialogue and consideration for games that I play all the time. I play Neverwinter online daily, or dailies and weeklies. So I'm not like bending over backwards saying I could drop this game tomorrow if something more interesting comes along, capture my thing. It's not suggesting that I'm not interested in maintaining Neverwinter, right? The idea is I choose to be healthy about it, and being aware of these things and talking about these things promote a sense of interest, continual interest in products. I talk about live service games a lot because I play live service games. I like to be involved in the things I enjoy doing, or I don't want to use the word enjoy. When I'm interested in something, I think that's enough. It's sufficient for me to develop an enjoyment or an attachment to it. Personally, I don't choose to do things that I'm not interested in. That might sound really wild and ridiculous, but I can tell you that there are quite a lot of people who get into a normalized behavior, and they would do something that they are no longer interested in. What does that look like? When you ask them, what did you do today? It's like, oh, I played Fortnite for like 4 hours. Oh yeah. So what do you do in Fortnite? Like what? How is Fortnite these days? And the person maybe say something like, oh, it's okay, same old. And I'm like, okay, is there a reason you're continuing to play it? Because you sound very disinterested. Like, oh, you shoot people, you do the same thing every day. Oh, okay. So it doesn't quite strike me as someone who is interested in it, right? There is an explainer, or at least I try to rationalize it. Oftentimes when you do something and it feels the same, it's a form of comfort, right? When things are happening the same way you anticipate, it's an interesting way to pass the time. And in a way that can produce emotional stability. Doing something that you're familiar with creates emotional stability. The question is, how long you do it can often reveal how dependent someone is on that as a form of stability. Oh, there, Kumar. And for me, Neverwinter, I think about stories and current events and stuff when I'm playing Neverwinter, and I'm doing it now. This is what I do on a daily basis. Not I don't language learn on a daily basis until recently, and when I'm not language learning nowadays, I'm playing some live service games while ruminating about all the things that go into live service games. I stay interested in the things I do. At least I try. Things become very dull and colorless when you are no longer interested in your day-to-day. If you're tired, exhausted, and stuff, perfectly acceptable to lean back and not think about the things, right? go watch your favorite movie that you know all the lines to, that can help re-energize something, or have a wonderful meal that makes you want to go to bed so you're rested and re-energized in order to be actively participating again. I talk about these things because it makes Neverwinter interesting. The content that I already did it 3 times over today. So the next 2 characters, I'm doing it as a way to bootstrap do the thing to see if there's any inconsistencies. It was very consistent. I basically did not even process what I did with the 3rd character because I was busy talking about Neverwinter in a different way, right? Talking about live service games and stuff. So that's kind of the way, in my opinion, to maximize the use of time in a rewarding way, not in a sense that it's relevant to other people, right? Like if you're saying, oh yeah, but other people might not think what I'm saying is important, that's perfectly fine. I mean, I know statistics and I know how that works. People are not interested in these things. That's fair enough. How do I continue playing Neverwinter and feel excited about it, the module and whatnot, is of my own creation, right? Some people might look at Neverwinter and say, wow, that game is still alive. It's still going. Like, yes, as you can see, I'm playing Neverwinter. It's like, oh, okay. And then if they're not interested, they move on. Their lives go on. And mine, it's a ritual. I get on Neverwinter, see how Neverwinter adjusts its live service models and development cycles with other live service games. I'm also constantly open to the idea of a new live service game capturing my heart, right? I have enough time and slot for like an hour and a half a day for something like a live service game. So right now, it's still consistently the 2 that I would go to is Hearthstone and Neverwinter. And I do side upkeep of PSO2 NGS. However, unfortunately, maybe PSO2 is falling by the wayside because the development cycle doesn't interest me, right, as much. It is a Sega property though, and I am kind of sort of low-key a Sega fan right now. I don't know. I do foresee a Phantasy Star Online related release if Sega is going down the path of Capcom, right? Capcom and Sega has ushered in a new golden age of resurrection. The era of PlayStation 2 is coming back, kind of thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if I suddenly see a random left field release of some sort of Phantasy Star Online related thing, and not like specifically with Phantasy Star Online 2 NGS kind of thing, but more of, hey, we're back. Here's the new Phantasy Star Online, but not related to phasing out PSO2 NGS, because we already with pretty much discussing all the topics we had earlier about legacy and rolling, because here's a small story. Phantasy Star Online 2, it rolled over, but hear me out. It rolled over at the expense of not developing PSO2 anymore, but they're keeping PSO2 alive simultaneously. So everything that PSO2 NGS has, I didn't play PSO2 online, the first PSO2 online. I played it starting NGS from the beta, right? From the beta. And right now, they're still in the process of rolling over every single PSO2 asset to PSO2 NGS. Like all the features, many of the features, they're rolling over all the older features, like a refined version of all the older features into the new game. And then simultaneously, parallelly, in parallel designing new things that are NGS specific. So at some point, what is left in the PSO2 is its story, it's its content, the intrinsic, the non-tangibles, the sentimentalism of writing and creative process. But the feature set is completely normalized. In fact, I would say currently the PSO2 NGS state is incredibly close to PSO2. The reason why I know this is largely because at some point PSO2 NGS had a promotion that crossed encouraging people to play PSO2, the base, not the NGS. And I went back and played it, like retroactively. So that's kind of where the industry is right now, in my opinion. You release something, it meets all the customary features of the standards that are set for that game, meanwhile providing an incentive to revisit standards of old. And I think that's a great way to go about it. So you're not only so the developers and publishers have this constant safeguard against rose-colored goggles and nostalgia brain and all that stuff. Like, hey, guys, we have this new direction for this game. It doesn't change the backlash. There's still going to be backlash about, oh, this isn't the game I remembered. It's like, okay, you can still play that game. We re-release the game, but if you own the game, you can still play it. And that's where the new Battlefield, in my opinion, a new Battlefield is creating because of digital rights, right? Digital licensing. Well, now some publishers, Nintendo, make it very, very difficult to not have to repurchase the license. And that, I feel, is more of a corporate double dipping. One, it's very difficult to defend that. Where like someone's like, hey, we're really releasing this game. It's a different game. It's a different direction and a different take on a game that already exists. If you like the old game, go play the old game. And then meanwhile, it's like, oh wait, guys, you can't say that because they can't play the old game. It's no longer available. Okay, let's throw it into our subscription pack. Here, like, you guys can rebuy the old game so you don't have an excuse to not be able to play the old game that you know and love and still play the new game. And that, to me, is like a different Battlefield now, where, so how do you release a game? Now we're not talking about live service games now. We're talking about discontinuous launch games, where if they release a sequel, well, what happens when they don't like the sequel, which happens to be built upon a game that already exists? Have them both available, right? So then you're not remaking the game. Live service games do not have that luxury because the game that they already released is still a constant expense to maintain, while discontinuous games, if you offer the licenses, right, and uphold the licenses and leave them accessible, the thing that makes them inaccessible is if they have a feature like a live service game. So like you have to maintain a server, that's an expense. So discontinuous games, single player games make out because they don't have the baggage of maintaining a server, right? Always online games, then I feel like it's kind of more of a developer choice and a publisher's choice to shoot themselves in the foot a little bit by creating an expense where they might not necessarily need an expense for the future. But you can kind of see where they were going with the models to force adoption anyways. I don't know. That's like a whole nother 2-hour digression about the current state of discontinuous release and digital licensing. It's such an interesting topic. I don't get tired of people sharing like those people who have more insider information, like access to probing and interviewing people. I think developers get get increasingly more questions nowadays regarding the roadmap, the future of their game, because the content itself can be experienced, right? You don't usually talk about the content or the quality of the game or something like that. Usually it's left for people to experience. So a lot of times the interview questions are less about the concrete nature of fandom, but more about how the business models are working. Like, if I like this game, what are we going to expect moving forward on how DLC is released, or how you're going to remain so and so and whatnot. And I kind of like that. It's very interesting now. At least in my opinion, personal bias. So right now, if you're wondering why I'm just sitting here rambling, is largely I'm waiting for dungeons. So I'm thinking I give it another 13 minutes ish, 13 minutes ish, to see if anyone calls for like a advanced dark sanctum, dread sanctum, not dread sanctum, or I'll take any dungeon really, and maybe we'll just queue up in like solo wise and see if something interesting, like hang out with random peeps. Last week we did a random advanced dungeon queue to end the day. It was Layer of the Mad Mage, and interestingly enough, I think we had 3 out of 4 new accounts. Now, whether they're new players is hard to tell ish. I can tell it's very likely 3 of the 4 were new players, like legit new accounts as well, and the other one was an alt. However, it's more of a new side alt, the newish alt. So it was interesting to see how new players were interacting with random queue. It's a very disproportionate thing. If you queue up through the system, you're more than likely, you're over 50% chance of meeting new accounts, right? The most concrete observation you can have is you can determine if an account is new. The player itself they may have multiple accounts. Live service games allows that, I think. I would love to hear other people's take on this. I don't bounce from live service games to live service games, so I don't know what the TOS is nowadays for multiple accounts. Oftentimes, I think that's usually frowned upon originally. I'm not sure if that's the case anymore. Because there is a benefit, I guess, to the developers to some extent when people are interested in running multiple accounts through their game. Actually boost numbers and etc. I don't think it's a downside to discourage multiple accounts. Usually in designs nowadays, a account, for lack of a better word, they account for the possibility that people run multiple accounts. However, from the perspective of me, it then makes it harder to determine if that player is inexperienced or not, right? The best way to tell, or the more nuanced and intuitive way to tell, is watch how they play, right? And then that also comes with nuances, where you could have an experienced player who is doing the bare minimum sufficiency. It's a very common live service pattern. Or they go balls to the walls regardless of how new their account is. Their performances probably would end up being disproportionately not reflective of how old their account is. And it doesn't look like we have any Dread Sanctum, so we'll do some random queues for the day. Yeah, let's do a random queue and then see where we go from there. I like showing footage near the end, or talk about what it's like to be part of the Neverwinter experience in the current day, right? In the current day. So one thing to often highlight around this time is it's 8:41 p.m. local time, right? It's at the top. It's at the top right. What my local time is. Generally around, if you're in the Western Hemisphere in this game, anywhere in the Western Hemisphere, plus or minus 3 hours, right? Plus or minus 3 hours. Anytime after about 6 p.m. at the far end, so me at the far end, so 3 p.m. all the way at the west side. From 3 to 6 p.m. is low traffic time. It goes all the way to like from now plus or minus 3 hours, plus or minus 2 hours, and further later, it's downtime. It's the low population time. The vast majority of population starts at the beginning of the day or beginning of convenient hours in the European region, like wherever the time zone lines up with the European region or the Eastern Hemisphere. Not that far east, like we're not talking about like Japan and China and stuff. It's more around where Europe is, plus or minus 3 hours. So dungeon runs and whatnot, highest activities around that time. So if you're somewhere around my time zone, this is a solo game. When you're partying with people, solo players, as in their patterns and stuff, their behaviors, if you want to like have a more coherent time with them, play in a way that okay, everyone is expected to be doing the thing implicitly, and you can probably have a very reasonable time with the game, right? One becomes self-sufficient. More party play in the more active regions, the more active time zones. So we're queuing for I'm basically doing what I do every day. So I log in, I queue up for an RDQ. So this is an RDQ. What I do is I look at the queue and I look at the roll bonus. The roll bonus is either going to be 99.9% of the time is going to be either a tank or a healer. And if it flash tank or healer, usually it flash tank first. So if a tank is filled, then a healer role will pop up, right? A lot of times. And that kind of gives you a pseudo idea of who is already queued in the stuff. DPS usually fills first. And it's not specifically in that order. Most of the time, like a tank, like a healer could queue. And then it would still flash tank, and it would suggest that it wouldn't suggest that a healer is not queued up, right? However, if it's a healer, it's more likely to suggest that a tank is queued up already and a pain giver is already queued up, right? And that's usually how I go to limit or to lower the queue times. So I play my paladin most of the time, and paladin only has paladin's paragons can only be healer or tank. So I usually use this tune as a way to queue up because it's rarely ever pain giver. So what happens is I look at the roll bonus on the random queues and I queue up into that roll bonus to lower the queue time. Most of the time, I would say 80% of the time, the queue is instantaneous. And then the other 20% of the time, maybe like 5 or 10 seconds. It's usually within the minute. So I'd be doing something else and whatnot. So I queued up as a healer because I saw the roll bonus saying it's healer. So it's likely that the healer is missing, right? And rarely is there ever DPS. So I don't use my DPS tunes at all most of the time. And actually, that's not because I want to, but I can't. You can most definitely still find parties and stuff with a longer wait as a pain giver. However, I usually prefer to play the role of
tank or a healer, because generally speaking, it does a few things. The actions are more concise, less spammy. It offers me a time to like look at other players, and I enjoy that. I mean, one of the hallmarks of MMORPGs of a bygone era, I suppose, is observing other players, right? At least in my opinion. I used to be like a group leader, like a party organizer in like old school MMOs like World of Warcraft and stuff. So that's something that I enjoyed a lot about multiplayer games, which kind of no longer exists when you think of multiplayer games anymore. Multiplayer games are automated. They are match made based on metrics. So it is unadulterated. It's certainly potentially more objective, right? But here's the thing. It's more objective. It's not more subjective, right? So that means players just don't care about each other anymore. Their expectations are hardwired by the matchmaking system. So whenever something goes wrong, it's either the matchmaking system sucks or the player is messing up the metric system, right? Like, for example, what is the comment you make when you have a team that loses? The matchmaking system sucks, or my teammates are clearly not having the ranks that they should have, right? It's no longer I could have communicated, I could have observed, we could have made it work regardless of the metrics as a balancing group. It's not a combination of subjective problem solving and objective metrics. The metrics are not there to inform a human's subjectivity and ability to solve problems. It's the system is borked and pathetic and weak because the system is supposed to provide and do all that decision making for me, or the player is cheating the system, or is failing, like the system is failing to measure them, or the player's cheating, right? It's like, look at the sandbagger. He's a gold player, but he plays like a master level player. That's kind of the new way, right? Someone made an excellent video essay about the automation of queue systems normalizing the behavior that I'm talking about, and it was a very fascinating essay. Unfortunately, I don't know who it is anymore. I've come, like, I like to watch these types of essays quite a lot. So if you type in and peruse a library of these types of essays, it's very informative. The reason why I was very interested in this type of impact on human behavior when it comes to like automation algorithm, right? The algorithm is because it's part of everyone's life now, or the people online, the people I interact with. And the idea is, if you're aware of this, you have more agency over it, in my opinion, right? If you're not aware of it, I hope you like it. That's probably what I would have to say. Like, if you're not self-aware that certain things that are automated and the conveniences will normalize a behavior that you don't like, that sucks. That really sucks. That's the situation where you do something every day, day in and day out, and you hate it and you feel like you don't have control. No agency over it. Because it's already sunk their teeth and claws into you, so you're already conditioned to be dependent on it. The problem solving out of it or alleviating yourself of it is already too late. It's after the fact, right? However, you can still break it with awareness. What does this relate to Neverwinter? Is that Neverwinter used to not have a queue system like this system. Well, they kind of did, but nearly 90% of it is still not that. So even to this day, the existing large majority of Neverwinter players who stayed with the game are reminiscences of an older system where people use the chat to queue up, and that becomes a selection factor. It's such a large selection factor. Experienced players use the chat to look for groups. The success rate is way more significant. As in, if you type in LFG looking for RDQ, and then that minor selection factor, as in someone has to right click on someone's name and say plus, like queue me up, like I want to join the group or anything. That selection factor is enough to separate between someone who wants to succeed in the dungeon as fast as possible versus someone who has no idea what they're doing. And what I mean by no idea what I'm doing, no idea what they're doing, I'm talking about from the perspective of those people who are experienced. To me, when you queue up like this into like a random queue now, you still have mix. You'll have experienced players who queue up, like myself, right? However, the new players, that is the normal experience now for people who are used to queue systems. Like, you have to think about a mind swap here. How do new players gain experience? They trust the queue system to provide that new experience. So what do old school Neverwinter players do? Avoid that system, because that's where new players get their experience. So if you don't want to bump into, statistically, you don't want to bump into a new player ever, most of the time, 9 out of 10, don't queue up using the queue system. And I do that every day. I literally get on to queue up into the normal system. There are, and here's the caveat to all this stuff. I have to sit there and wait for an LFG because the current content, which requires experienced players, like minimally require experienced players, we're not talking about end game or maxed experts or skilled players. We're talking about experienced players who's used to running and keeping up to date with the game. Those are the players that nearly exclusively are able to run the current dungeon. So if there aren't any, like if you sit in Protector's Enclave and there's no LFG for a dungeon, you don't run that dungeon. You can't run that dungeon. Now, there's one level above that where if you're in a guild or an alliance that have experienced players, you then take it to the next level and there's another pre-selection. You have to be in the same alliance, and then even more selection than that, you have to be in the same guild. So these are all pre-selections to elevate the selection of the quote-unquote quality of the investment. Well, I'm not talking about how skilled, how good the player is. I'm talking about the emotional investment. To be in the same time zone, to be willing to type occasionally in a chat box, then to join a same alliance, and to be part of the same guild, that increases the level of pre-selection for human behavior, right? So then what does that mean? That also means your time to do the things shrink. That's the trade-off. In this day and age, the convenience of automated queue systems and algorithm-based metrics increases how quickly you get into a game. It's supposed to, provided your community has a mindset that takes advantage of it. And what makes Neverwinter still a thing of the past, like old school MMO structure, or what's left of MMO structure, is that people are willing to wait to form parties. And you can still kind of see that decreasing. you can kind of still see that decreasing over time. The patience required to like, hey, all right, let's go look for a healer, let's go look for a pain giver, and it's literally spamming out and saying, hey, we need one healer for this dungeon. That takes to channel a modern gamer now, that takes too much effort. It takes too much effort than hitting a button and hoping the system does it for you. So naturally, communication in video games have largely ceased to exist. And oftentimes there used to be a time when I said World of Warcraft increases communication and leadership, right? The original vision of this game, of these types of games, was to offer a platform in which people interact with each other naturally to solve problems, obstacles, and challenges. And now, due to the automation, largely, not like exclusively, but largely due to the influence of conveniences like algorithm-based metrics and targeted preferences, queue systems have replaced the need to communicate. So, and what's coincidence with that? I'm going to say coincidence. This is not causal stuff, right? Everything I have said so far is not causal. It's corollary. When you see the decline, the simultaneous and coincidental decline of appropriate behavior and communication, and the rise of toxic, trivialized, apathetic, and non-empathetic communication coincides with the increased automation of video game matchmaking. So as automation becomes more and more efficient and metrics become quote unquote more and more objective, or attempt to be more and more objective, and matches come faster, kind of like doom scrolling, attachments and dehumanizing of other players increase. Not that it's causal, right? I'm not saying it's causal, it's coincidental right now. I don't want to suggest that those things are linked. However, I would say they're very corollary. The more and less people communicate, the less and less people need to relate to each other. So when you're thinking about how fast a queue match, like a match, right? When you queue up for a match, if it takes 1 minute to get into a match, then if anything, you only think that the humans you're playing with is worth 1 minute of your time. It's not 1-to-1, but think about it this way. What if the game only takes 30 seconds to match up? Then your mindset would be, oh, I don't care, this is a bad game. It only takes 30 minutes to queue up anyways. And then, even more so, if you want people to play fast and get more matches, you reduce the length of the session. So Riot Games have kept a lot of their formats with the same about length, right? Because it's a compromise to the weight of how people perceive the value of a session. If your game has a 5-minute session with a 5-second queue time on average, people will treat each other accordingly to that 5 minutes and 5-second queue time. Like, oh, that's okay. I don't care about that guy. That guy sucks anyways. It's okay. Like the session's only 5 minutes, so that's just 5 minutes. No big deal. We'll just move on to the next one. Now you might be thinking, well, obviously, if you're an adult, right, someone who has a lot of experience, who's talked to other people, have friends, let's stop there for a moment. There's a entire generation who spends the large amount of their time socializing on video games with 5-second queue times and 5-minute sessions. And then they spend their other half of their lives looking and doom scrolling through 30-second clips of random strangers saying something with 5-second attention spans. I'm not saying their attention spans are capped at like 30 seconds. I'm suggesting that it is normal. It's normalized. It's conditioned that this is how you rationalize things now. So, is that causal link to the correlation of increased toxicity and apathy online? I'm not going to do strong causal things because I believe more in science, like a direct observational thing, and there's actually no direct observation. It's happening right now, so it's very difficult to like create causal or strong converging evidence that this is the case. However, it is an alarming trend, right? It is an alarming coincidental trend that there are many things that have forgotten a bygone era where video games used to not be part of someone's lifestyle. Now it is. It is part of someone's lifestyle. So, back in the day when you're like, oh yeah, and this is going to be a little controversial. Oh, video games can't influence your behavior. Like, video games, you know this stuff is not real, and then people don't treat like each other like this, like where the video game is showing, right? That kind of thing. That was a different time, in my opinion. It was a different time when video games was a hobby. It was a side activity. It was something that didn't encompass the vast majority of your time. It wasn't the world to you, right? And yet, now we're talking about things where kids think the world is Cocomelon, or the world is Blue's Clues. No, not really. Blue's Clues is back in the day, but the world is Roblox. So when they talk to other people who are outside of that sphere, which may or may not happen, because if you like Minecraft, right? If you like Minecraft and you like Fortnite, that's a lot of people. So the chances are a lot of people around your age will probably normalize the same things, so you feel included. That's how they interact. Meanwhile, I'm this 37-year-old guy who went through a whole life, like a whole different academic life, getting a PhD in molecular biology, right? Interacting with a whole different group. Then I still play video games, of which pretty much none of my peers play video games in the way I do. So, but we're still best friends, by the way. We're the best of friends. It's usually irrelevant to the context. Friends are friends that, the age-old friend design or age-old friends socializing where interest is superficial. Understanding each other is far more valuable. In the world we live in now, in my opinion, the online world, people who are presupped on the online world, it is based on interest, in which you have a chance to develop a relationship with someone, a chance to make friends, a chance based on interest. And that interest is only as deep as the programming that's involved in it. If your interest with a friend is based on a 10-minute session in a game with 5-second queue times, that's probably the time limit in which your friendship gets tested every single time. And every single time in that, there's a chance the friendship will fail, right? What does it look like back in the World of Warcraft days of vanilla? Your friendship is based on the months of time you spend together on one objective and one activity. It required that you sacrifice most of your free time to weigh on that one. So the chances of those links and those bonds to fall apart is less likely. Again, corollary. These are coincidental logical things that I'm plugging together. There might be plenty of steps in between. So the reason why I'm saying most of these things is, if you find it very hard to figure out why people treat each other pretty much like garbage a lot of times. When you're playing a certain thing, you can look to some of the design choices of the game and temper your expectations. I think expectations go a long way of things you can control. There are things you can't control, which is the other players. So if you're seeking a game, right? So here we're going to take it back to being a game commentator. When you look at a game, or when I look at a game, like, I'm not going to say what other people, sorry, I misspoke there. When I look at a game and someone asks me if I recommend a game to them, I will cite these things as a core way to get the other person to decide if it's for them, right? What do you look at if you're looking for community? You're looking, like, say, oh, I want to play a live service game. And a live service game is a game that requires years of consistent play time. So you look at things like how long the game system, how long is it each session is expected, right? Look at the queues and things that would inform how long it is, how accessible it is, what is the community like from the idea of the design. So there are things that you can glean consistently by the design that would reflect the community. Now, if you're looking for a community, I would say it is less attractive. Statistically, you are less likely to feel in connection with the community if it's based on a system that is tenuous, like short queue times, short conversations, a complete lack of conversations, lots of automated processes in which you don't actually interact with the players. Those are like obvious cues. However, when someone likes a game, all that, in my opinion, gets short-circuited and get thrown by the wayside. They'd be asking like, dude, I absolutely love this game, but what is it with the toxic community? Now, hear me out here. It's toxic to a person. It is equally, the community could be toxic to that person. That is one possibility. The other possibility is that person thinks the community is toxic because they don't get it. As in, what I mean is, they were expecting that, I don't know, a Call of Duty lobby to be caring and ranting about politics and long religions and throwing jokes around in a Call of Duty game. Like, do you know the average time it takes to have a conversation in Call of Duty? They don't. There's no system. There might even be a lack of it. In Fortnite, emotes replace active conversation. So when you're thinking about emoting, maybe one way to connect with a Fortnite person is to get into a VChat with Facecam, or a place that's emote enabled, right? So understanding the form of communication kinda gives you a little bit more agency on what to look for, right? So when someone says, do I recommend this game? Tell me a little bit about yourself. Because I can tell you the communication systems and the battle systems and the mechanical systems. But a live service game, one thing it is not is it takes very little time in any one given window. If you want a game that is going to last, that you're like going to be playing for years, and you're looking in to commit and invest, that's really hard. It's a tough decision, right? You want to invest in a game that meets your expectations while being able to reuse. So I don't trivialize the idea of recommending something that is supposedly going to suck like 5 to 6 years of your life. On the alternative, if you're like, nah, I'm not committal, I don't like investing in long things, don't play a live service game. Like, stop. Don't, in my opinion, think about the investment. If you're not committal, pick up a really fantastic single player game. If you're not committal, and you're saying you're not committal, and you don't want to be convinced of being committal, for example, then play a single player game. Because if you're saying you're not committal, then the games that you want to be long lasting involves interacting consistently with a community, and that community could be completely non-communicative, right? How does it feel to be part of the COD community? Well, when someone says, oh no, COD is in the community, they don't even talk to each other. Like in a game, you barely even communicate. It's like, but it's still a community of people. The thing is, they all have the expectation of communicating towards a specific way, right? It is toxic to you because you might not resonate with them. Granted, it's also possible that the community itself doesn't like outsiders. That's a possibility. I like to think in this day and age, it's not necessarily active malice. It's someone coming into a community and saying this is not for them, but then they blame the community for being toxic. When the you could have these things like, oh, this guy just like teabagged me while I died in Call of Duty, and then the people in the community is like, well, that's normal behavior. Not that I'm saying it's ethically or morally correct or whatnot. It's really up to the eye of the beholder. However, if something's normalized, it may not be seen as negative or toxic. So oftentimes commentary about a World of Warcraft player suddenly going to play, I don't know, Neverwinter, and suddenly like, oh dude, people don't even talk here. They don't even form parties. They don't even take, monster like boss fights seriously. And I'm like, you're comparing community expectations under two different models. It's like apples and oranges at this point. You can compare apples and oranges to some extent when the apple is orange-like and the orange is somewhat apple-like, right? When it borderline straight up, it's comparing like an apple with an elephant. That's what I see a lot of times when people say, "Oh yeah, I don't like this game." You might as well just play GTA 5 online for role playing if you wanted to role play. I'm like, no. Are you sure about that? What do you do in GTA 5 as a form of communication versus what you do in Neverwinter Online, right? Sometimes it's easier to blame others and other systems, which it's part of the faults, right? It's all of the above. However, you don't have control over one, and you do have control over the other. All this stuff is fascinating. I talk about all this stuff most of the time with things dealing public forum. So video games is a public forum, especially when you're playing with other players. If you're always playing single player games, this commentary is irrelevant for you. If you're interested in trying to connect with people through video games, it's probably relevant. And I think seeing that way over 50% of all playtime ever on a daily basis is through multiplayer games, I think it's about time to raise awareness about how you select your multiplayer games or how much you're willing to tolerate in your multiplayer. So the dungeon situation did not change. So I think we're just gonna hop into a random advanced dungeon. That last one we did what? We did Malabog's Castle, and it looked like all four players were experienced, so everything blew up. Like you barely processed what was happening because everything blew up. So that's one of those situations when the vast majority of the players were experienced by random chance, right? It still happens. Usually you have like one or two players that are like, nothing's happening, and then the other three players are like, we're sufficient. Actually, a singular player can run through the dungeon. So that's kind of the experience there. Let's see. Yeah, no dread. You know what? Let's click on this just to see what happens. Okay, yeah. These queues are completely vacant. So anything under advanced dungeon queue is completely vacant. And The thing I said about roll bonuses is only true for random queue. So there's no like roll incentives or anything to queue up for advanced listings. They're used specifically to queue up when after you form a party. Yeah, let's hop in, do one more dungeon, and then call it a day. Right? It's about after 9 already. Do one more dungeon. I guess we're just gonna queue up as a tank and see what happens. So this, when the roll bonus is tank, usually it doesn't suggest that there is, usually it suggests that a healer isn't queued. However, from time to time, there's a healer that's queued and it's showing tank. Those are 90% of the time, so we'll see. Yeah, so a healer is not queued. So what happens is once a tank is queued, that roll bonus is going to flip to healer. However, you've already queued as a tank, so you get the roll bonus. However, it's gonna flip in like 5 seconds to healer because it's missing a healer. And that's kind of what I use to do my regular daily routine. I usually run a RTQ and a random dungeon queue to get the 100k diamonds each day, and then you refined it. And that's it. Which do in Neverwinter until the next module, which is now. And we're doing the module. That's all the game is asking you to do. You can do other things too. You can do a Reaper challenge, right? Which gives you another token, which is limited on a day-to-day basis. So you have RCs, and there are a few other things that are on a weekly rotation. And this game, you can grind. You can grind things. So in this game, one of their conveniences that they have now is that each of the campaigns now, once you complete the campaign, you have rollover ways to get more currency. And those currencies deal with the development of your character. So at first, it was like, oh, this kind of sucks because you only have like a specific type of currency, right? Oh no, didn't even start back there. Like here, it's like, oh yeah, you get mount tickets. Here's or mount tokens. Here's a source of mount tokens, but you can't do it all the time. But it's since ballooned. So now every campaign has an iteration that's higher than the previous. So you can see that Menzo Bearzan offered 10 mount tokens on their repeatable. However, now it's scaled up to 30 mount tokens because mounts have increased as well. And like as things roll upward, you have staggered diminished return going back to earlier campaigns. However, they still... Oh no, actually, I lied. It's actually 30 here. Never mind. They stayed the same. It hasn't scaled up yet. I like to expect eventually this will be scaled up. So in a later token, if like mount, for some reason, mount becomes... What is the new thing? Mythical? Or... I forgot what this is called. What level of tier is this? Celestial. If like mounts become celestial, I could see later campaigns offering more currency per iteration to scale up. And that's kind of their design now, where you can continue to play the game if you want. It will go towards currency. However, it's still somewhat limited on a weekly basis. So the currency that is required, one of the currency is going to be locked behind weekly availability. Not all the other currencies will be disproportionately higher, so that when you're playing the game, you can farm for these things and then wait on the weekly, right? And that's kind of how they're going about it, to keep the live service thing alive. At least if you don't like this structure and you want to like get everything at your own, like, quote unquote, if your pace is higher than the pace of the game's design, this live service game is probably not for you, right? I think that's also a reasonable thing to look for, right? If you're shopping around for the one live service game, one or two, I think from a mental standpoint and a lifestyle standpoint, if you're juggling more than 2 live service games, I would encourage that the person who's juggling more than 1 or 2 live service games to consider if there's anything else that could enrich your life. Because in my opinion, having the time to juggle so many live service games, I hope you're doing it as a professional or something is making your life more sustainable from it. Otherwise, to me, I would be a little bit more worried about what is the underlying reason that you have a need or a desire to engage in so many live service stuff, right? However, if you're looking to replace your 1 or 2 live service games, like 1.5, by 1.5 I mean a live service game that you don't play continuously on a day-to-day basis, and 1 live service game you might play 30 to an hour because that's kind of your routine, right? Kind of like exercising, right? 30 minutes to an hour a day in exercising. Getting impressions, when I'm looking at it, if you're looking for a review and people are saying, oh, should I get into this game, I would look at time investment, what the community is like. And sometimes you can't tell what the community is like because you didn't participate in it. And then sometimes you can't really tell. Sometimes people look at certain things as a reflection of time commitment, and oftentimes, in my opinion, it doesn't coincide with the time things. Like, for example, prioritizing what the gear looks like, or prioritizing what the reward structure looks like, sort of like that, or like the cost of the battle pass or the cost of something. I think while those are very important, the underlying thing you're looking for is you're looking for characteristic habits that you want to form that is healthy, right? Sustainable, and meets your schedule. So if I don't post reviews of MMOs because I don't go through live service games too often. So I have very few things to compare to using anecdotal experience. When I'm looking at another person's review of an MMO, I'm looking for those characteristics if I'm interested in shopping for investing in a live service game. I look at how often does the game get refreshed, how long does it take. So when I watch someone play, oh, how long did it take them to do this thing? It seems like you have to do this thing almost every single day. So I'm in a live service game, I would look at the tasks that you have to do every single day or very frequently and tier those going down. So when someone someone's advertising a game, in my opinion, when like a publisher decides to advertise their game, they are gonna be more likely to advertise the set pieces, the stuff that will encourage people to buy the game or buy into a game. Like, oh, here's our amazing boss. Well, how often does the boss come around? And then here's our amazing a mini game. How long is that mini game available? And how many times do you have to play it? That kind of thing, right? I think that goes a long way to finding your live service game of choice. Do I mind queuing up every day? I actually don't. So I like this. Sustainable. Provides something. When you think of, this game has this amazing boss, like, yes, now you're thinking about doing that boss for 3 months to 6 months until the next one comes. Are you gonna fall out of interest by then? A lot of times the answer is yes, for a lot of people. Or they're gonna be like, oh, you know, I keep doing the same thing, it's really boring now. It's like, well, yeah, you kind of saw that. It's there, in my opinion, a lot of times the details. So we're going in as a tank here, right? And we'll see how it goes. Usually you kind of sort of have to pay a little bit more attention as a tank. But hey, those are my 2 cents. So I'm actually genuinely curious, since I don't stream and review live service games, curious how other people choose. Like if a live oh no. Alright. We'll see. Curious how many people choose their live service game using like metrics like how good the game is. And what I mean by that is, oh, what are the tenuous set pieces that could be inconsistent back and forth as a way to invest, right? I want to say this because if your major motivation to commit to a game for many, many years is based on whether the developer keeps on hitting their stride with creative content, that can be a tough recipe, because what then you're telling yourself is that the developers will always create excellent bosses. They will always make, you know, their deadlines. It will always be tenuously the same quality. Those things don't exist yet. Like the current boss maybe is really great and stuff, but the next boss, you don't know if it's not something that's promised. However, I feel lots of people play live service games expecting that's the case. Like, oh yeah, this game is really, really good and it has a great boss. That means the rest of the boss will always be good, and that's what I expect. And then after 2 or 3 years, the first thing that will happen, in my opinion, is the person who trusted the most, who gets blind, quote unquote, get blindsided and feel betrayed, right? Then what do you go and do when most of the time what happens after that happens? They're going to be those people whenever you use the word like live service, they're gonna say, oh yeah, I never play live service games, they're the worst. I spent like, you know, this one time I spent 5 years playing this one game, and then it became just a cash cow, right? All the bosses were the same, and you had to play the same content, limited content, for 6 months in a row. And my first thought was, did you already know this was going to happen? Right? Have you had your expectations be tempered by knowing that that's what you're going to get yourself into, right? It's kind of it's kind of a interesting thought to think that, no, stop. I need some crystals here. Where are my crystals? Okay. Nah, I have it. When does it become the responsibility of the person deciding if it matched their expectations? Because I don't think it's a given that whenever you buy a game, much like expecting a person, right? Like they would change every single day or every single month just to meet your expectations. Like people don't change that fast, but I guess since it's a video game, it's obviously the video game will always change that fast. I'm like, all right, let's not forget that there are people who make those video games, right? And people require time. People require time to make that content. The product is not alive, certainly, but there are still people making it. Perhaps that may factor in to your choice. It's not, in my opinion, doesn't have the same weight and consideration as a game where you buy it once, it's the finished product, right? Inherently, these games are not a finished product. Is that okay with you? If it's not, I want to avoid this stuff. Now, I would say a growing concern now is that one of the growing concerns is that maybe live service has become so popular as a market strategy that the fear is that other types of games are being devalued or being de-incentivized, right? And my thought was, there are a lot of video games, like a lot. I think sometimes someone's desire constantly for the perfect video game clouds one's judgment on how many options there are in the space. I kind of say this in a way that it's coming from the idea that there were times when you just like I grew up in a time, you know, this is one of those back in my day, you didn't really have a choice in video. Like it's unbelievable how many video games there are right now. So it goes without saying, there is something to the idea of having too much of a good thing, and now it's the norm. So now it's like, oh man, if I'm bored, there should always be a perfect video game for everyone. You know? I don't know what that is. I don't think of it that way, so it's kind of tough. Like, what is my perfect video game? If someone asked me that, I would have a hard time answering it. And I have been asked before a couple of times, like, oh yeah, so if you wanted your ideal video game, what would it look like? And I have this like cop out explainer. Usually it's like, oh well, video games are due to recency, so it's whatever I played recently is probably what I'll remember the best. So logically, I would say whatever I'm currently playing is the most ideal. Largely because I try not to form attachments to video games as a source of creativity and exposure. So the last thing I want to do is limit that creativity and exposure, and then start projecting. Projecting. Did that guy just dodge roll into me? What the? Anyways, project their inability to appreciate different things, like from a creative process, then treating it like a lifestyle, right? So live service games will do well with those people who want things consistent, as in not creative, consistent. So if you're into consistency and you want to always do not too dramatically different things from time to time, these are the game types that you'll be well at home. If you like gacha, waifu, polling, like banner type games over and over again, oh, believe me, They will be consistent with that, right? That's kind of what you're looking for here. For myself, I personally only have like room for 1 or 2 because all the other times I'm playing a game that isn't live service. It's a random indie game probably, or I'll be watching someone play a random indie game, a game that is meant to be completed beginning to end, leave an impression on your mind, and you then look forward to the next project the developer creating, right? Did that guy die from not following the... Oh, and this is a good showcase, by the way, for what it's like to queue up in random advanced queue and get Dread Sanctum. This is about an average experience, I would say. One person dies because they don't understand the mechanics, or they thought there was a shortcut that still exists that don't. Yeah, one person died. That would be a rogue. I don't think I've seen the... Let's share this crystal. Thanks. Yeah, I'm getting freezer burned. You can use the pools to chill out your crystallize, but it's okay. I'm pretty sure one of the players knew, yeah. Ow! That was very poor timing on my... Dang it. Give me these crystals. Oh, I don't actually remember if the... Pretty sure the regular Sanctum does not have a explosion. It does not have like a bomb explosion. Oh boy. Okay. Not even close, right? Okay. All right. The second boss in Dread Sanctum is the maze part is simplified. So the platform is low to the ground. It's a straight line, and you can hop on the platform if you get knocked off. So that's perfectly all right. That other player that managed to die there, it's a rogue. So my guess is the rogue decided that when they're bouncing up and down or sideways, they keep hitting shift, and the rogue's roll, the distance is really big. So he probably just rolled off, like the rogue character probably rolled off a bunch of times and into the slime, and then eventually got downed, and no one wants to res him in slime because then you would be downed. So that's probably why the rogue died. Like permanently died. That's my guess. Rogue's shift is really generous, but if you're on like a straight platform that's narrow, if you roll from left to right, dodging red things instead of just walking, right? As opposed to walking, using your passive movement, you're gonna roll into the slime. in the advanced mode and the masters mode, the path is up in the air. So then usually rogues would do their roll, but they would have to face a certain way. Otherwise they would roll off and then they would die most of the time. So usually I kind of like the platforming thing. Largely, yeah, it's probably the new player. So that rogue probably haven't even completed this on regular as well. So it's one of those things to be aware of your move, whatnot. You don't have to dodge roll, right? Because a tank and a healer has to be able to walk through the thing, and they don't have movement bonuses. You haven't run this since the first day. Okay, yeah. It's the... Oh no, it's not the rogue. It's actually the ranger. Alright, so it's a ranger. That's different. What's the trick with the tentacles at the end? Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so this guy is the Yashigol of Garandar, and that's why they introduced Garandar to the equation, because that guy sipped the dragon in this module. Okay, I get it. I don't remember how they changed the mechanic of this for the regular dungeon. As far as I know, as far as I remember from the one time I did it, as part of the random queue so far, is that you take out all the demos and then a portal appears. And that's it. Like, everyone leaves at the same time. So you don't have to do the order thing. It is a very bad idea for me to res people as a tank, because then the boss will probably attack that. Or no one reses the person. Oh. Yes, get the healer to res the person. By that I'm being sarcastic. Because if the healer is resing the person, then another person is more likely to go down. And then the cycle continues until the healer does 0 healing, because pain givers are too caught up in their own world to understand that if you die, then it's not the healer's fault if the healer is busy resing. And on a boss situation, if the tank goes to res the person that's down, it's more likely that the tank is going to get hit, and the person being res can't do anything about helping the tank. So that's a customary behavior. It's a risk. It's a risk factor. You as the healer are still expected to go and res down pain giver if they don't scroll or anything in like normal queues. I know I'm already gonna get... I already can see or feel the typing of other people. It's like, no, pain givers do res themselves and they use scrolls and stuff. It's like, well, no, we're talking about random queue. Wait, there's no waterfall. Oh, there is. Northeast. It's not one at a time. That guy doesn't understand. This is normal queue. Everyone get in. And it's northeast. This mechanic still exists, which is kind of a bummer. It might be a bummer. You don't think this one? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm right. That person must have got disoriented when they were looking at their map. There is a chance their map rotates. I don't think the mini map rotates in this game, so they were just probably disoriented with their arrows. I double checked that it was northeast. It's good being the tank in this case. Weirdly enough, if you had a choice to follow someone, typically the common behavior is to follow the tank. So in Dread Sanctum, the tank is usually, regardless, even in Advance and Masters, the tank is usually the first one to exit out the portal. So sometimes there might be a conflict of interest and whatnot, but the behavior tends to follow. You follow where the tank goes. So in this case, right, I had to make sure that the corner I picked was the correct corner. Otherwise, in a random queue situation, at least one person or two people would have left, and then you would have to re-queue up because rarely do people stay for this. This is actually one of the few rare times that immediately when you queue in, people didn't leave immediately. I think one of the bigger quote-unquote reasons or coincidences is that there's a permadeath mechanic in this game. And the presence of that permadeath mechanic is what causes the instant queue leave. Which is the thing that we just did. The nice thing is, though, you don't do it 2 times. You do it once. And then I don't know for sure. I'm pretty sure they removed... Oh, no, they didn't. They didn't remove the end crystal thing. I actually don't know how the other team did it. I think the other run is they just DPS the thing down. Take the crystals, and then DPS the brain thing down as quickly as possible. Right before the explosion. I don't know if they included the explosion, so this might be the first time. Oh no, we're fine. Yeah, I don't know if there's a DPS check where you have to take the crystal and protect yourself. So maybe not. And then I don't have keys. It's because this is that one key. But there you go. That's a good way to end the stream for the day. That's what it looks like in the Dread Sanctum on normal. So I think most of the mechanics are preserved, right? In the normal Dread Sanctum. I think one that will kind of preserved. The thing that makes Advance even it's like a really big mechanical spike, and that's obviously the portal thing. So when we got into the portal phase, that other player immediately said, oh, we got to do them one at a time, and that's pretty clear that that person basically did advanced or masters right away and didn't do the normal thing, right? Didn't do normal queues, and that can happen. Leapfrogging is very common, right? So there you have it. Not bad. I was able to share some of my thoughts when I'm playing this game. Playing these games, I feel like it's very nice, very meditative. It also allows me to reflect on things like, why do I play this game, right? I feel that's a question that a lot of people, in my opinion, may want to encourage themselves to ask, because I think it's very different from saying I'm going to pay $60 on a video game, I'm going to play it, I'm going to complete it, and my life moves on, right? In fact, for me, when I play a game and complete a game, I try to keep it alive. As in, what I mean by that is when I play the next game, I'll reflect and constantly. The next game, it can be an irrelevant game, but I like to keep those experiences with me. I think to me, lots of people see video games as a temporary release, a temporary cost of living, if you will, kind of like eating a meal. I'm going to be very careful and specific about this next thing I'm going to say. The people who think eating is like buying a video game, as in it's a temporary release and address of a specific deficit. For example, when you're hungry, you eat. When you're thirsty, you drink. When you're bored, you play a video game. I'm describing a larger significant population of gamers and their mindsets. And what I mean by that is I met a lot of gamers who address video games as a sense of not a lifestyle choice, but a temporary release for boredom. So when they're bored, they go to video games. Perfectly fine. However, they also likely are going to treat other things like that because they play lots of video games. They address problems those very similarly to the way they use video games. So when they eat, I would ask them, oh, so you're grabbing lunch. What are you eating today? They're like, I was hungry. I just picked up whatever. In before it's like 2 Big Macs and a loaded French fries, right? And then I was like, oh, okay, so what are you having to drink? Oh, I just smashed back like a gallon of Mountain Dew or G Fuel and then be on my way. If I'm thirsty and I need a pump, throw it back, right? It's a fix. It's a fix, a temporary fix for something. That's great. That's okay if you're happy. You don't see your physical health declining. Might not be sustainable in the future. However, for the time being, all is well, right? Alternatively, if you ask a person, oh, what did you play last time? And then they would go about and talk about, oh, the current game I'm playing is because I played these games. And because of these games, I learned about how interested I am in these current games because I have a long legacy of games that are like this. So when someone says, oh yeah, I really like deck builders, and the current deck builder I'm playing is due to the fact that I play Slay the Spire. And Slay the Spire, I wanted it something different because I know how Slay the Spire feels, and now I want to play a game that takes it to a different place. When you ask that type of person, the likelihood, and if it takes up most of their time, right? The likelihood is when I asked them about their eating habits, like, hey, like, do you like food, or like, do you like to experiment with food or something? And they would tell you about like, oh, you know what? I'm into Japanese cuisine. It's like, oh, what type of Japanese cuisine? So, sometimes I feel like sushi, sometimes I feel like ramen and whatnot. So it becomes a bigger thing. It's not a fix, as in temporary. All these things are part of them. They are building legacy. They view things in a wider breadth, right? There's a time and place for it, certainly. For now, I'm talking about how video games have become a normal part of someone's life. However, there's a cognitive dissonance of treating it like it's a normal part of your life. When you think of something temporary, you think of something you do and then you move on. You do and you move on. So that used to be what video games were. To older people, to people of a different generation, where, oh, most of their time is spent working. They're on the job. They're with their families. The video game is like, oh, I'm bored all of a sudden, or oh, I have some free time temporarily. Let's play some video games. And then if they forget that thing, that's fine because it's a smaller part of their lives. Like they don't, it's inconsequential. It's for temporary release so that they can get focus on the quote unquote more important things, the things that take up more of their lives, right? I'm really tired, or like, I'm really tired, let's get extra rest. But you're not getting extra rest every single day. You're getting the extra rest temporarily because you are tired today, right? You are addressing an imbalance due to a consistent lifestyle. Now we move on. Now we move to the current state of the matter, where games are demanding or quite literally structured in a way to take up a consistent part of your life. So when someone says, oh, I keep bouncing from live service game to live service games, like, yeah, because you're treating live service game like a temporary fix, right? And that makes sense. If it works for you, go right ahead. When it doesn't work is the idea that you go around and saying, oh, all live service games suck because I only play them for a month and I move on. It's like, well, yes, because you treat live service games as though they're only meant to last for a month. I'm not excusing the potential predatorial things that are going around with business moves and whatnot. The idea is being aware of what you're thinking and how you're doing about it can go a long ways to finding a more adequate and sustainable type of behavior, right? And that's a self-plug there. Those are the things I ask myself every day so that I can connect with people that have potential problems. And what I mean by that problems is they see themselves as having sustainability problems. And to connect with them is to understand how they're solving the problems. So video games is a very, very available resource. I re-emphasize how I was chuckling about it, how available video games are. There's so many video games, and it can go a long way to making someone feel happy, not just temporarily, but consistently. And consistently then becomes a source of positive motivation for everything else they do. So one common trend that I see, it's a trend, so maybe a word of caution or something, is the idea of having a cognitive dissonant reason for playing a video game. As in, when you ask someone, oh, hey, what do you like about this game? And this person says like, oh yeah, just about everything. Like, I hope I can play this game for the rest of my life. And meanwhile, that's like a game that is 5 hours long, and that developer has no intent of expanding the game, and that developer is likely going to move on from the game and make a game that's totally different. And the first thought I have about that is, are you okay if that game, like, do you ever plan on moving on from that game, or finding another game similar to it that could also provide you with some comfort of the similar thing? And it's like, no, this game's one of a kind. I'm just going to be playing this game for the rest of my life. And that's my thought on some of the detrimental expectations about sustainability. When someone gets stuck on a product that fundamentally does not necessarily promote or provide for them. And I think live service games can provide a form of consistency. It's probably why it's connected to or coincide with why live service models are so popular right now, and that them combined collectively have the largest majority playtime. In fact, it's already a foregone conclusion. 10 games account for more than the majority of game time, and that when you provide a game that has a habit forming situation, people will spend money on cosmetics at any time because those things are identifiable now. They identify with the game. It's part of their lifestyle. Like, so when someone goes around and say nowadays, I play Fortnite, it's similar to me saying I play deck builders. Deck builders don't, there are some live service deck builders in the very specific type of nature that I'm talking about. However, they're not on the level of production as the live service games that are accounting for most of the playtime, right? However, all those versions, there's likely going to be versions of them because they're looking for a sustainability where you play it consistently every day while the developers consistently develop the game, right? So back in the day when you say, oh, I play platforming games, because it's not any one specific platformer, that one specific platformer isn't going to tie you down. You play multiple platformers. The difference here is when someone say they are a platformer gamer, they mean they like more than one game and they're able to remember and consolidate all their experiences as a platformer enthusiast. When you say you are a paper and pencil enthusiast, there's more than one thing. When you're into hardware design, there's more than one hardware. It gets a little trickier and a little dissonance when someone likes a product that's designed to end. For example, the difference between someone who says, I use iPhones versus I only like iPhone 6. Like, I'm always going to use iPhone 6. I'm going to use iPhone 6 forever and it's going to provide for me, right? And then when iPhone 7 comes out, they're going to say iPhone is garbage because it's not like the iPhone 6. iPhone 7 might have changed, iPhone 6. Now, Apple is a great example of where they don't change too much so that the transition is not as bad. You might be thinking, no, that's just a business move to save money. It's like, yes, it is kind of. It's like a chicken or the egg question. Is it the iteration that makes it so that it's not disturbingly different, so that it scares people off, and it's newish enough so that enthusiasts that are welcome to new things are content? So that's the striking balance. And then that could be the reason why the market strategy works. Or vice versa. The market strategy works, so therefore the people behave that way. Either or, they are related to each other. So when you iterate on something like a live service game or a technology, you keep enough that is the same to maintain the perception of feature maintenance, and then you douse a little of the change, and it goes a great way to balance mental dissonance and what's actually happening, right? That's kind of the social norm. And I think that's why, in my opinion, a little take on some of the few elements of what makes live service, regardless of its quality, right? Regardless of the quality. Like, some people may argue to an extreme, like a game that you see has overwhelmingly negative sentiments is raking in more cash than the game that is game of the year for 1 year, and it was designed to last for 3 months after launch. And the only way that game can be revisited is if it gets remastered or repackaged, right? Live service games, that's kind of the mindset, in my opinion. So for better or for worse, it's very appealing to human nature, right? You want to stick to a thing because to rediscover things is to rediscover a new thing and wander for new things is not for everyone. I would argue it's probably not for the vast majority of people who grew up with YouTube algorithm. YouTube algorithm keeps things the same. They don't make things different. When you Google search, it's targeted towards you. Facebook and whatnot, all the ads, it's targeted towards you. It's based on your behavioral profile. It's to keep you the same. The more likely a product keeps you the same, the more likely they don't have to innovate on appealing to your changing taste, because your taste isn't changing. It's getting affirmed and confirmed. Not in a malicious way, because I don't think technology was designed in a way like, oh yeah, we could see that. We could see a bunch of humans stay static and get stuck doing the same thing for the rest of their life, and I can still profit off of it. That kind of thing, right? I don't necessarily think it was that malicious. The idea is, if it's very comforting and you repeat it a bunch of times and it's consistently providing, rarely is it very evolutionarily even or logical to decide, well, I'm going to take a risk and change that and then throw away all my comfort and whatnot, right? So perhaps in introspection of what motivates you to play video games every month or so is a great way to ask yourself, hey, should I continue playing this live service game, and do I have a healthy, sustainable relationship with it, right? As a last final plug or something like that, I've played Neverwinter, or am aware of Neverwinter, since its closed beta days, and now Neverwinter is gonna go into its 12th year. That's not because I spent hours and 13 hours of non-stop gameplay. I did do some of the events. There was a time when I stayed up 36 hours to grind for a one-time thing that they did, and it was called the Redeemed Citadel event. I don't even know if it's listed on here anymore. Oh, here it is. What is it? The Redeemed Citadel. This thing was absurd. It got to the point of Korean MMOs, this event, right? Anyways, this special campaign was available. It was a crazy time. It wasn't that long ago. Stayed up all night, that kind of thing. Those are not sustainable things. The thing is, it's only a one-time deal, right? You can do things temporarily. You can push yourself to limit for that one day. You can get super hyped and excited about the boss that a game is offered. The last thing you want, in my opinion, that you would want to do is expect that thing to last forever, or last and put out for the rest of your life, because in reality, it's a cognitive dissonance. It's not designed to last forever. So if you really love a game, there's a time and place to promote its legacy by carrying it with you, and then there's a time and place where you're playing a product that's meant to stay with you for the rest of your, for the foreseeable future. When you play a live service game, you're expecting a game that doesn't go leaps and bounds everywhere. It's supposed to be consistent because the product is spread out. And then when you want leaps and bounds, you're feeling really, really down, so you want something to pick you up really, really well, you go for that C4 energy drink every once in a while, right? I mean, I'm no stranger to throwing back a 5-hour energy shot when I had to, once in a blue moon, do an overnight and overwork for a day to cram for something or something like that, right? But those types of behavior are temporary. And video games, you have two different flavors now. You have two very startlingly different flavors. One is you have a winter vacation, you have a summer vacation, you have that time, it's temporary, you play it, and then you move on, right? You go back to work and do your thing, and then you have live service games. These games will take up 15 to 30 minutes of your time every single day. How do you maximize and interact with that? It's up to you, obviously. The last thing you want to do is expect that every single day is some special day playing a live service game, right? Every day you're expecting a special boss to pop up. You're kind of in the world of disappointment for that, usually. Well, kind of a pick your poison kind of situation. All right, Thank you for listening, folks, or whoever is going to watch this later. I always appreciate it. I would love to hear other people's commentary and their reflection of their interaction with live service games. However, I want to make a big disclaimer. For now, Neverwinter is my only game of this nature that I actually stream and cover. PSO2 NGS is the other one, but their material and content that is like this is very rare. It's like once a year or twice a year. Otherwise, for the most majority of the time, I'm playing single player games, indie games for the most part, and much like how I'm reflecting here. And also, I do language learning the other like 90% of the time. So language learning is the most consistent that I do now. So I practice much like logging on every day, doing that routine I just showed. I do that for language learning because language learning is a life skill. And I think having a relationship with live service is relevant. Saying most of the things I said today is incredibly relevant because this is arguably the top market model and development model at this moment. Maybe it won't be relevant in the next 5 years, like after the next 5 years or after the next 10 years. Right now, understanding what you're possibly looking out for and how you choose a live service game, I think it goes a long way to benefiting both the publisher and the developer, as in like, what does the publisher have to be transparent about? What does the developer have to be transparent about? I honestly think that with enough communication between the consumers, awareness of what they're looking for that actually habitually is important to their mental health versus what the developer may want to know about the consumer's reaction is a little bit misguided right now. It's a little bit like conflict of interest. The developer highlights things that are not sustainable. They are puntated by the best case scenario for their live service games. They advertise the best case scenario for their live service games, which is temporary, versus highlighting all the subsystems, which PoE 2 developers, this is where all the digression, 2, 3, 4 hours ago, the digression started with PoE 2. I think what PoE 2's developer in their press conference did was absolutely wonderful. It's very appropriate. They highlighted all the subsystems that will keep you busy, right? They demonstrated that the thing that they're catering to is what will sustain your attention that's available in the game, not highlighting things that are temporary, as in, oh, look at how awesome and novel our boss is, because once you see it, it's going to be no longer hype, novel, and interesting and learning. You're going to be practicing. It's not going to be great anymore. And the idea is, the expectation is when a game is advertised like that, you go in thinking, oh, I'm going to have amazing boss fights every single day I log in. And honestly, that's a cognitive dissonance. It's going to be the same boss, right? Unless you're trying to make like a roguelike game, which has random procedural, randomly generated, and you can try to advertise every boss is different or something. Maybe. I would say the next time you roll out an update to the game, which I think Cryptic, whoever is writing it, the ambassador, like whatnot, those articles, there's a whole section of quality of life updates that kind of like is highlighted well along with the game patches and stuff. I think that goes a long way. Quality of life changes, feature, like introduction of a feature that bleeds into every aspect of the game, that's choice. I think, in my opinion, following the progress of many of the rough launches of existing live service games, the ones that end up likely, corollary, to survive in the long run are the ones ended up focusing on creating subsystems. And those subsystems embellish the aspects of the game on a daily basis. Like you interact with it on a daily basis, and they build that as the foundation. Highlighting set pieces, those are treats, and I feel like leaving it up to the gamer to discover the treats is perfectly fine. Like, for example, I still kind of disagree with the idea of putting a module on the preview shard in Neverwinter and then having the module preview shard people be consuming the content already, the once in a while content already, and then when they launch it, it's already deflated. Like that once in a lifetime treat is typically bolstered by the getting it for real once or twice, and making that your center of your advertisement largely makes it so what do you do the other 2.5 months? Well, you don't do anything. Nowadays, I would say, even if it's not as exciting, as in, like, what I mean is it's not exciting, here's my take on this. Highlighting what you can earn on a daily basis. Like highlighting, like, oh, hey, our campaign we now have, once you complete the campaign, we also have a subsystem now that we're focusing on. Here, we're going to expand how you earn currency from a day-to-day perspective. Hey, we're going to introduce this thing or this thing so you can hone or hoard, kind of. Hoarding is a thing, right? Hoarding over time, or collecting titles and stuff, which they kind of went to do now, right? They went back to TLCs on achievements, right? On achievement boards and stuff. This stuff is sufficient, I would say. However, stuff like this, if the direction was to reinterpret this and make it more in the front side of the game, like, hey, here are the achievements, go get them. It'll make your character look a little fancy. Maybe you can put in some text where these achievements become center stage and something like that. It's something you can work towards in the long run, right? Or collect in the long run. And that creates a normal or more normalized regular interaction with things. Highlight the things you're addressing, in my opinion. Encourage developers and publishers to highlight, or I like to encourage them to highlight what are they doing that players are going to do every single day, like every weekly, every daily. Like, hey, you know, you're gonna do this like for the next 6 months. Here's are the things that you're going to get to do. What's your feedback on that? And the player's like, oh, can we get a little more of this and a little bit more of that? Then the developers have a more pragmatic feedback on a live service model. Like, oh, okay, so you guys want more like encounters or something. That's not true. And theoretically, like, oh yeah, we want more rotating heroic encounters. So maybe instead of investing a lot of resources into like one big boss set piece, you could have, there are ways to rotate encounters. There are a lot of the little new like themed things, like in Adventures in Wild Space, where they had like the arena where it kind of changes up so it feels fresh, kind of thing. Those are the things that, oh, every day they're going to do that, or every week they're going to do that. That's a highlighted feature, in my opinion. It's the thing you'll encounter the most. So for me, it would be an easy recommendation, quote unquote, an easy recommendation, if it feels like the developer takes pride and highlight that they are working on a live service game and not on an expansion-based game or a standalone one purchase game. Like, they're not making over-the-hill set pieces at the cost of the longevity of the game. All those things, in my opinion, are extra. it peaks out the game, right? So, hey, get ready for our exciting boss. We'll let you find out what our exciting boss is. Until then, here are all our quality of life features that you've known and come to love or deal with or tolerate. And guess what? We're making it better. Here you go. You remember when you complain? We hear you. You complain that there isn't enough to do in the long run in this department, or this traversal is always a pain in the butt. We got you covered. We went back, changed the convenience up. Here's another quality of life feature. Here's another quality of life feature. And there are games that aren't live service games that benefited from that. Stardew Valley, Terraria. In fact, the modding community often address most consistent thing that gets positive feedback are quality of life upkeeps, because it's difficult to maintain new content over and over again if that 10% of the time it's great and 90% of the time it's boring, or it's inconvenient, or it doesn't engage you. And I'm taking a page from Duolingo, right? Yes, your performance might suffer. Yes, you might be less efficient at learning, but you're consistent. And one of the things that freemium things require is consistency and a healthy relationship with the community. Usually, if you're making your game in a way that it communicates, we build live service games for a lifestyle choice. We make design choices that allow you to be healthily playing each day without like feeling compelled to die of FOMO. So you didn't put in 23 hours in the first week? Oh, that's too bad, right? That kind of thing. That sucks, in my opinion. That's a very dissonant relationship. This game still kind of does that very often. When the highlight is the gear, the highlight is the master runs, the highlight is loot farming, right? What happens, the people first 2 weeks farm the living bejesus out of all the content because they already did on a preview shard, and then you have no game retention. Those people are pretty much indifferent now for the most part, unless they didn't get the gear yet, and they're burnt out. So anyone else who comes in at any other period around, like in week 3 or week 5 of the module, it's already gone. Like the ship has sailed. So it reinforces FOMO. There's no reason to pick up the game anymore. You play the game for the first 2 weeks, every module, you drop it, and you hope that they announce the next module in the next 3 or 4 months, and you play the first 2 weeks. That sounds great for a game that isn't a live service game, and that they're charging a cost for each of the expansion, right? You're not getting consistent purchases, consistent playtime, and consistent word of mouth because your game is constantly highlighting and designing for a set piece that only occurs and is relevant for the first week. I think the most successful live service games have people who are like, oh yeah, it's just fun logging in. Like, you log in, I know I'm doing this for the 100th time ever. However, it feels like the experience is fantastic. It's hard to replace. There's so much something in it that's irreplaceable because the developers have placed so much time and attention to making the daily rigors of playing a live service game feel irreplaceable. And there are a few games like that. I actually genuinely believe Hearthstone Battlegrounds is hard to replace on a daily basis. If I hop into a Hearthstone Battleground game, I'm not thinking, yo, you know what? I could just go on Yu-Gi-Oh! And do the same thing. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Master, or, oh, I can go on Gwent or something, or I can go on Magic the Arena to get a similar experience. I can't. In my opinion, it's very, very difficult to replace because the way they roll updates and the way they mix up the things, it lasts the duration. Like they release a new expansion and then they refresh the seasons at the enough time that by the time you get settled in one, it changed up. So making your content last is the goal for sure. However, I don't think it's the content as in the content that most people are referring to, like the boss fights and the dungeon novelty. That wears thin very, very quickly. It's kind of like an uphill battle. I'm sure it's possible for someone. I have yet to see it. If someone has an example of that, like a game where they were able to use a content, as in the creative challenges, and be able to spread it out to a 6-month period, let me know. Like, I'm genuinely very curious of a game where the content isn't conquered in the first week of launch and then becomes stale immediately. Meanwhile, the developers are still scrambling to release content within like a 3 or 4 month period, right? I think quality of life changes and things like that that's trickled are far more likely to expand across a 3 or 4 month period before a boss. Like if you work really hard on boss, I don't know what to I'm not sure what the magic formula is, but generally speaking, I would say within the first week, it's gone. It's old news. It's gonna be tough, and then the game go into a lull period, right? Yeah, my 2 cents. All right, folks, I've definitely overstayed my digression. Thanks for hanging out. As always, I'll be back next Monday. We're gonna do the same bootstrap. Maybe get into a dungeon. It seems like for the most part, Dread Sanctum is non-existent. I actually see more people who do want to do specific things, but generally they're doing their RTQs. They're doing their random queues. It's 80 to 90% of the time people log in to do the thing that is every day, regardless of how unfavorable it is, actually. So the most activity is random trial queues, random advanced queues, Reaper challenge, and whatnot. So whether they like it or not, subconsciously, the thing that you do most is probably the most comforting. And then you wait, right? You wait. So it kind of takes a nosedive, in my opinion. Maybe I'm way out of I'm swinging too far extreme. I don't have the data, and perhaps Cryptic is continuing to do their design the way they're doing because their data says differently. Maybe their data says overall introducing a module like this will continue to increase player retention and spark interest versus the loss in retention later on. In practice, for me, in the time zone I am, it falls way off after the first week. And the first week, and it's not 2 weeks, it's just the first week, because they sell a packet that gives you a half start that unlocks the dungeon. I actually think it reduces retention past the second week or even past the first week because they sell a Zen product that gets you to access the dungeon on the first week. And even more so than that, I think the retention of their content is reduced in exchange for something. In exchange for like giving veteran players their all access pass, no consequence testing of the new module, the preview shard. I think the preview shard and the half start packet reduces the duration and length and life of their content with an exchange, right? The bonus is people can test the module and then they get feedback from the module. That's perfectly fine. That's the exchange that they want, right? It doesn't change the fact that it lowers the life of your content. And for individuals who don't get on the preview shard and play it on live, the perspective, in my opinion, that you get is that the content is dead on arrival most of the time, if not dead by the first week or two. Like the interest and the ability to run these contents become non-existent very, very quickly, or in a very small window that there's a reason why a specific time frame in a specific time zone in a region becomes less and less, begin to depreciate consistently, because that is the time zone where there isn't any active engagement anymore. Like those are the fallout hours, and I can kind of see that largely from my perspective, being in that region, and that's what the experience is like. So this is my take. Everything that's recorded, what I'm doing now, is how I interact with the game. Like I play these games, but I think about these things, and that's what keeps me entertained. Right? All right, folks. Thanks again. Until next Monday, I'll be back again, maybe with 2 or 3 more topical stories about the gaming industry or whatever. And then anyone who drops by, maybe elicit a random digression. I write a lot of stories, so don't worry. I'll come back with another one. So next Monday, and for the next 6 days, it's back to language learning. Thanks for hanging out. Until next time, right? Stay safe, stay healthy, keep on thinking. Ask yourself, right? Try to do better for yourself. Make yourself happier day by day. These discussions and these things, rhetoric to myself, if no one's listening, I usually talk these things out loud for my own, introspection. All right, folks. Take care. Stay safe and healthy. Bye-bye.